Chapter 2265. Long Quang was shocked. This purple flame was clearly his true life fire, the purple yang dragon fire, but why did his true life fire feel hot? In the short period of time that Long Quang was surprised, it was no longer just hot, it was already a burning sensation. This was something Long Quang could not imagine. When did he get burned by his own life fire seed? This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Ever since fire cultivators had life fire seeds, when had such an unbelievable thing happened in the world of cultivators? However, such an unbelievable thing had actually happened to him. Long Quang could already feel that the purple yang dragon fire was not only burning his skin, but also drilling into his body, completely igniting the true life fire that he had painstakingly collected in his body. However, these flames were still on the verge of exploding. They were only wreaking havoc outside. If the fire seed in his body went berserk, Long Quang would only be left with death. Dying under the burning of his own true life fire was a bone-deep humiliation for Long Quang, who was a fire dragon. Long Quang knew very well why the fire seed in his body did not explode. It was because Yang Chen was kind and did not ignite it. In terms of fire control ability, Long Quang had already lost to the point of losing his pant. It was not that Long Quang had not tried to resist. In fact, Yang Chen had maintained such a state to give Long Quang a chance to resist. However, no matter how hard Long Quang tried to control it, the life fire seed that he could control like a finger had suddenly become an unfamiliar fire seed that was no longer under Long Quang's control. Even though this might be the truth, Long Quang still could not believe it. How could such a thing that defied common sense happen? Could it be that Yang Chen's fire control level was so high that even the purple yang dragon fire, which was not his life fire seed, could be more powerful than him, a fire dragon that could naturally control the purple yang dragon fire? However, regardless of whether Long Quang believed it or not, it was an indisputable fact that his life fire seed had lost control. Furthermore, the temperature outside was getting higher and higher. Long Quang's dragon scales were feeling an incomparable burning pain. The fire seed in his body was also beginning to stir, as though it would suddenly erupt and roast Long Quang into a dried dragon. Just as Long Quang felt that his dragon scales were about to be burnt dry, the flaming attack suddenly stopped. After that, the purple sun dragon fire became Long Quang's own fire seed, and he could control it as he pleased. The moment Long Quang regained control of his natal fire seed, cold sweat trickled down his forehead like a small stream. He had never been so close to death before. Although not long ago, each of Yang Chen's wives and concubines gave him such a feeling, but at that time he was very clear that Yang Chen's family just wanted to teach him a lesson and did not want to kill him. However, when Yang Chen controlled the fire seed like this, it was already beyond Long Quang's imagination. He could control the flying sword of Yang Chen's wives and concubines, as well as the illusory array, but to control the true life fire of a fire dragon, one mistake and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. That was not a matter of confidence. As long as Long Quang had the slightest bit of resistance, the result could be great danger. Unless Yang Chen's method of controlling fire had reached an earth-shattering level, how could he have the confidence to subdue Long Quang? At that time, if Yang Chen had made a mistake, the best outcome for Long Quang would have been to become a charred corpse. In the next moment, Long Quang's eyes widened into copper bells as he stared at Yang Chen. There were no longer flames beside Yang Chen. Instead, there were two dragons circling around him, one black and one white, both vivid and lifelike. At first glance, Long Quang thought that there were really two dragons. If that was the case, then Long Quang's failure was understandable. With two dragons helping Yang Chen control the fire, Long Quang's loss was not unjust. However, when he saw the two dragons clearly, he could no longer believe his eyes. How were those two dragons? They were clearly two fire dragons formed from flames. However, there were many white flames, but since when did black fire seeds exist in this world? With Long Quang's eyesight and knowledge, he could not tell what kind of fire seed it was. Even if it was a white fire seed, he only knew the color and was unable to determine what kind of fire seed it was. The black and white fire dragons danced around Yang Chen for a while before entering Yang Chen's body through Yang Chen's nostrils and disappeared without a trace. This phenomenon was sufficient to show that these two fire seeds were Yang Chen's life fire seed. Seeing this scene, Long Quang knew that his loss was not unjust. He didn't even know what Yang Chen's life fire seed was. It was simply impossible for him to hope to defeat it. Furthermore, even if he didn't talk about the fire seed, just the scene of the two fire dragons was enough to make Long Quang feel inferior. Although Long Quang was the spirit body of a fire dragon, his main body's control over fire did not reach such a level of precision. This way, he no longer felt that it was impossible for his true life fire to be controlled by Yang Chen. Yang Chen's ability to control fire surpassed him by 1,000 times. Fire control, I lost. Long Quang was a very arrogant guy. There was another advantage to this kind of guy. When you truly convinced him, he would express absolute respect for you. His pride did not allow him to deny it even when he was inferior to others. A loss was a loss, there was no other reason or excuse. After admitting defeat, Long Quang also calmed his heart down a little. It was not shameful to lose to a super alchemist who had reached the 8th grade in the spirit world. On the contrary, it should be a kind of glory. Would others have the chance to get an 8th grade alchemist to guide them in controlling fire? That's enough. Go back and think about it carefully. It will be of great benefit to you. Yang Chen waved his hand casually, intending to send Long Quang away. This time, he had learned a lesson from Yang Chen's family. He should carefully sum up his experience and think about how he should behave and do things, right? I still want to compete with you in magic treasures. What Yang Chen didn't expect was that Long Quang had such a stubborn temper. He almost never looked back once he decided on something. He had made up his mind to compete with Yang Chen. He couldn't retreat just because he lost a match. Not to mention that he had already lost enough before. Losing one more match wouldn't be much of a blow to him. Please. Yang Chen directly gave Long Quang a disdainful look. You want to compete with me in magic treasures? I have so many spirit stones that I can directly smash you to death 10 times and still have enough to bury you. With spirit stones in hand, what kind of materials and magic treasures can't I buy? If you want to compete with me in magic treasures, you might as well compete with me in who has more hope in marrying a wife and concubine. Chapter 2266. Don't look at Yang Chen's harsh words, it also explains a fact. As long as you have enough money, you can buy the best materials, the best spells, and the best refiner. These are the most direct factors that determine the quality of a magic weapon. It can be said that whoever has more money has a better magic weapon. This is an unbreakable truth. These words made Long Quang's face turn red. He is a reborn dragon spirit, and his body was originally a puppet controlled by Yang Chen's concubine. How could he have extra wealth now? Yang Chen's words are not exaggerated at all. With his wealth, not to mention those valuable things, he can really knock Long Quang unconscious with just his existing spirit stones. Under such circumstances, Long Quang still wants to compete with Yang Chen in magic weapons. That is purely looking for death. Let's compete in life magic weapons. Of course, Long Quang understands this logic. He is not without confidence, so he directly proposed to compete in life magic weapons. Life magic weapons can only be tempered by oneself, others can't help at all. Shi Shanshan's powerful pure yang immortal sword, didn't Xiao Tian have to swallow all the aura before he could refine it into his own life magic weapon bit by bit? Long Quang's life magic weapon is refined from the dragon horn of his current body. Although it hasn't been refined for a long time, the material is definitely the best in the world, at least in his heart. Of course, if Aolan also participated in the ranking, he would probably be ranked second in the world. In addition to looking at the grade of the sword embryo, the other is the master's cultivation and the length of time it has been tempered. Of course, the method of tempering and the purity of the spiritual power also have to be considered. In Long Quang's opinion, his life magic weapon materials are the best in the world, and his cultivation is not low. The only thing that can't be compared to Yang Chen is the time of tempering. However, when the difference in cultivation between the two is at least 2 realms, in less than 3,000 years, there really isn't that big of a gap. Come on! Yang Chen directly rolled his eyes at Long Quang. If I didn't ask you to be merciful, your life magic weapon would have been cut into 2 pieces long ago. It's not even as good as Yu's, and you want to compete with me? When he was fighting with Gao Yu, Long Quang did not realize Gao Yu's technique. Now that it was said by Yang Chen, Long Quang's old face turned red again. However, he was already used to being defeated in front of Yang Chen's family, so he quickly returned to normal and even had a look of anticipation in his eyes. It was okay if Yang Chen didn't say this. Didn't it mean that Yang Chen's life source magic weapon was better than Gao Yu's? How could Long Quang let go of such an opportunity to see Yang Chen's destiny treasure? This time, he wanted to see if he could kill Long Quang. All right, since you're poor, I'll open your eyes. Yang Chen's words were extremely impolite. He did it on purpose to see how much Long Quang could accept it. This fellow's arrogant temperament had to be constantly and imperceptibly polished bit by bit. As expected, Long Quang did not care what Yang Chen said. If Yang Chen defined him as a poor man, he would pinch his nose and accept it, because compared to the family in front of him, he was a complete poor man. Even with Ao Lan, he knew that there was nothing to compare with. Yang Chen's wealth was something that he could not compare with. Therefore, he had never thought of competing with Yang Chen in terms of wealth. Following Yang Chen's words, the immortal beheading saber appeared in Yang Chen's hand and he casually threw it to Long Quang. The current immortal beheading saber had already turned dark red, almost black. This red color was only obtained after being soaked in the blood river for a long time. Yang Chen's throw was very accurate. The position of his hand was exactly at the hilt of the saber. Long Quang did not mind as he extended his hand, wanting to grab the immortal beheading saber. However, just as he grabbed the hilt of the saber, he realized that something was wrong. This saber was really too heavy, to the point that Long Quang was unable to hold it firmly with one hand. He was pulled down by the heavy saber. If not for Long Quang's timely reaction, he would have immediately extended his hands and used his spiritual energy to firmly hold onto the immortal beheading saber. Otherwise, the immortal beheading saber would have fallen to the ground. Long Quang was a proud fellow, but this pride was built on his strength. His powerful physical body and golden immortal realm was the reason why he dared to look down on Yang Chen's family. Even if he did not use his spiritual energy, Long Quang could boast that he did not even need to use his spiritual energy to possess the power of an ocean. However, even with a physical body with the power of an ocean, he could not even lift the immortal beheading saber with 2 hands. He had to rely on his spiritual energy to support it. How heavy was this immortal beheading saber? Long Quang could not imagine how Yang Chen could wield such a heavy immortal beheading saber so freely. Just by relying on the strength of his physical body, he could at most barely lift the saber. If he wanted to wield it freely, he would need a deep amount of spiritual energy. However, Long Quang discovered that with his current strength of a golden immortal, he could only barely use this saber. Although it was not his own life treasure, there must be a reason for it to resist, but the weight was too shocking. Even with the addition of a life treasure, it would not be easy for Yang Chen to use this saber. Can Yang Chen use such a magic treasure freely? It's just that when Yang Chen took out the immortal beheading saber, he had no choice but to believe that this was Yang Chen's life treasure. Just now, Yang Chen's words made Long Quang very unconvinced. He did not think that a heavenly immortal alchemist could have a strong life treasure. Even if he had one, it should be a pill furnace or something. He did not expect it to be a flying sword. This immortal beheading saber was even more powerful than Gao Yu's water and fire twin dragon horns flying sword? Long Quang did not believe it. Until now, Long Quang did not recognize that the main material of this immortal beheading saber was the black bracelet he left behind in the Dragon Palace. Could this black saber with a bit of red be able to withstand the slash of his flying sword? The simplest way to test the superiority of two flying swords was to chop at each other once, and one would immediately be able to determine who was superior. Now, Long Quang had such a plan. He held the blade of the immortal beheading saber in his hand. His own life flying sword flew out and slashed at the immortal beheading saber. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen closed his eyes. Over the years, Yang Chen and his second primordial spirit had refined the corpse-throwing mouth of the immortal beheading platform and absorbed all of the blood corpse saber intent. Coupled with the entrance of the immortal beheading platform and the corpse-throwing mouth, the sharpness of the immortal beheading saber was unimaginable. Yang Chen really couldn't think of anything. What confidence did a dragon horn flying sword that had just been refined for a few years have to dare to compete with the immortal beheading saber? Yang Chen's actions made Long Quang's heart skip a beat. He definitely did not think that Yang Chen closed his eyes because he was afraid that the immortal beheading saber was inferior to his flying sword. Then there was only one reason for this action, and that was because he was not optimistic about his dragon horn flying sword. Sensing Yang Chen's intentions, when Long Quang's flying sword slashed down, he slightly deviated. He only used a little bit of the tip of the sword to clash with the immortal beheading saber. Even if there was a slight damage, it would only be at the tip of the sword. Chapter 2267. Ding. A crisp sound was accompanied by Long Quang's cry of pain. A sword tip about the size of a pinky fell to the ground. It was the tip of one of Long Quang's natal flying sword. Immediately after, Long Quang could no longer stand and sat down on the ground. The cry of pain was due to the backlash from the natal magic treasure being cut off. This was not an ordinary damage, but a direct cut off. The pain it brought was definitely beyond Long Quang's imagination. Long Quang had never thought that the flying sword that he had meticulously refined using the dragon puppet's horns would be so weak. Even if the horns of a golden immortal dragon clan had not been refined, they should not be so weak. The backlash from the destruction of the natal flying sword was definitely unforgettable, something that Long Quang would remember for the rest of his life. If it wasn't for the fact that this natal flying sword had only been refined for a short period of time, and its connection with Long Quang had not reached the point where it was closely related to him, just this alone would have caused Long Quang's combat strength to drop by 50%. Moreover, Long Quang himself would have been seriously injured. It was only after Long Quang saw Yang Chen's expression that he intentionally used a little bit of the sword tip to test it out. Although the sword tip was damaged, it was not considered serious. Otherwise, if Long Quang had slashed his waist, the result would have made him cry to death. A good dragon horn flying sword was cut into two at the waist. No one would be able to take such a blow. Not to mention the pain of the backlash, just the pain of the flying sword being destroyed was enough to take half of Long Quang's life. What was even worse was that this guy had used his own flying sword to forcefully cut Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, confirming the saying that if you don't court death, you won't die. Sigh. Yang Chen let out a long sigh, shook his head and threw another Ganoderma jade pill to Long Quang, along with 2 8 revolving spirit congealing pills. This time, Long Quang's sea of consciousness was mainly damaged due to the damage to his natal magic treasure. The Ganoderma jade pill could only relieve some of the pain on his physical body. Long Quang finally stopped crying out in pain. Under the effect of the pill, he slowly recovered. However, injuries to one's knowledge were different from those to one's fleshly body. It was not something that could be healed in a short period of time. one could only slowly recuperate on their own. Only after the life origin flying sword was refined would they be able to fully recover. The immortal beheading blade had already been retrieved by Yang Chen. Long Kuang sat on the ground and only recovered after a long time. She looked at Yang Chen with a complicated gaze. Among them, there was the ecstasy of looking at a mountain of gold, the anger of looking at an enemy, and also a little pity. It was hard to believe that such a gaze belonged to the arrogant Long Kuang. The dragon horn flying sword was cut in half by the immortal beheading saber, and it wasn't because of Yang Chen's control, but because Long Kuang himself cut it in half. One could imagine how desperate Yang Chen's enemies would be when he wielded the immortal beheading saber. For the time being, Yang Chen did not pay attention to the still shocked Long Kuang. This guy had suffered so many lessons. He should have some brains and wouldn't have any more stupid requests, right? To be honest, if this guy continued to insist on competing, Yang Chen would definitely not be happy. He had other things to do, so he didn't have time to play with a guy who didn't know when to advance or retreat. It's about time. You already know what you need to know. Go back and cultivate in seclusion. At the same time, refine your natal flying sword and the new dragon palace. After a while, Yang Chen said to Long Kuang, who was still deep in thought, "Don't make me think that your dignified dragon race is a pestering race." If they were to really fight, as long as Yang Chen held the immortal beheading saber, he would be an invincible existence in front of Long Kuang. Long Kuang's current attacks did not pose any threat to Yang Chen. His life fire seed could not compare to Yang Chen's and would be controlled by Yang Chen. His natal flying sword did not even dare to touch Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber. There was no suspense in such a battle. "I'm not convinced," Long Kuang suddenly roared in a low voice. His tone was more agitated than ever before. "Why does everyone look down on me? They all say that my character is not good. Aolan is like this, the Long family is like this, and now you guys are still like this. What did I do wrong? Do you think you're good?" Yang Chen had rarely seen an expert of this level lose his composure, so he felt that it was quite fresh. He directly faced Long Kuang and asked, "If everyone thinks that there's a problem with you, then do you think there's a problem with everyone or only one guy? I only want to do my best. What's wrong with that?" Long Kuang was provoked by Yang Chen's words to the point that he went completely berserk. "I only want to help Aolan arrange everything. What's wrong with that? I was afraid that they would get hurt, so I rushed to the front in everything. What's wrong with that? I'm afraid that they'll be deceived, so I'll stick up for them first and get rid of those guys with bad intentions. What's wrong with that?" All the girls were flabbergasted as they watched Long Kuang suddenly explode after a series of failures. It was as if he had said everything that was in his heart. However, from what this fellow said, it seemed like his starting point was not bad. It was just that he used the wrong method. "Your biggest mistake is..." After Yang Chen quietly listened to Long Kuang's venting words, he more or less understood the crux of Long Kuang's problem. He opened his mouth and said slowly, "You think too highly of yourself. Do you think that this world can't survive without you? Unfortunately, after you died for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, the spirit world still has what it should have. Those companions that you were afraid of did not collapse because of this setback. Instead, they lived even more splendidly. Only you, this unlucky fellow, not only did you cause Aolan to suffer, you even feel that you suffered a great grievance." Yang Chen's words struck the weakest spot in the depths of Long Kuang's heart. All along, Long Kuang had felt that he was the most outstanding. Even though his cultivation was not as high as Aolan's, he liked Aolan and was willing to do anything for her. However, it was as Yang Chen said, he thought too highly of himself. He did not believe that any of his companions could deal with everything independently. Hence, everyone felt that he considered everyone beneath him. This was also why Long Kuang only erupted with the so-called grievance now. This was clearly a heart demon. The cause was Long Quang's arrogance and his distrust of the abilities of his companions. He thought that he had good intentions. However, his good intentions caused trouble for others. His companions did not like him and ostracized him. Even though he felt that he had done a lot for them, he could not get anything in return. Little did he know that it was precisely because he looked down on them that his companions were deeply hurt. Even you say that? I'm going to kill you. Long Quang was thoroughly enraged. Right now, he could no longer control his temper. He only wanted to vent his anger to his heart's content. Even though he knew that he might not be a match for the family in front of him, he still wanted to vent his anger. Chapter 2268. The furious Long Quang flew towards Yang Chen without even thinking. The guy who had lost his mind immediately transformed back into his huge dragon form. He even forgot to use a cultivator's method to attack. He directly opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Yang Chen. The girls watched from afar without moving at all. They firmly believed that their husband alone would be able to deal with this fellow, who thought that he was amazing when his inner demon flared up. Yang Chen did not disappoint the girls. Seeing the big mouth biting down, he did not move and directly punched Long Quang's huge dragon nose. After Long Quang returned to his dragon form, just his head alone was bigger than a small mountain. The huge nose was simply full of flaws. Yang Chen did not even have the chance to miss. The punch landed solidly on the center of Long Quang's nose. In an instant, the berserk Long Quang turned into a sad person with tears streaming down his face. The pain in his nose, coupled with the sour feeling, directly caused the tears that he had accumulated over the years to flow out. The two dragon eyes on the huge dragon head turned into two springs. Clear spring water flowed out from the springs and flowed down the ravine on Long Quang's head. Long Quang was still blinded by his own tears and could not see clearly. On the other side, Yang Chen had already flown directly above Long Quang's head. With a stretch of his hand, Yang Chen grabbed the largest scale on the back of Long Quang's head. Then, with a wave of his arm, Yang Chen directly through the dragon's body, which was thousands of feet long. Yang Chen used a skillful force, just like how a child in the countryside would grab a snake and shake it hard, causing the snake's spine to shatter. The difference was that Yang Chen was only grabbing the back of Long Quang's head, but the strength of his strength was the same. In just a moment, the mighty dragon turned into a soft giant snake. All the joints in its body seemed to have been shattered by Yang Chen, and it no longer had the strength to move. This was not the end. Before Yang Chen's body landed on the ground, he swung the long dragon-shaped whip wildly in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Every time Long Quang's body was thrown to the ground by Yang Chen, a long and deep ditch appeared on the ground in the mountain river geographical map. Long Quang, who was grabbed by Yang Chen, did not have the slightest ability to resist. After being whipped dozens of times, his entire body still looked very intact. However, other than his head, there was no longer a single intact bone in his body. All of them had been broken by Yang Chen's violent fall. The intense pain from his body caused Long Quang to wake up from his previous rage. However, when he realized the situation in front of him, he would rather not wake up. A dignified golden immortal expert of the Dragon Clan was lifted by Yang Chen, a heaven immortal junior, like a caterpillar. That kind of humiliation was worse than death. But now, Long Quang couldn't even die. His body couldn't move, and even his sea of consciousness was inexplicably suppressed by Yang Chen. He couldn't move at all. I don't care how powerful you are. What does it have to do with me? Yang Chen threw the dragon head heavily into the ground. Then, he pulled it out and threw it on the ground. He scolded loudly. If you really have the ability, then King return the medicinal pills I gave you. After calculating it casually, Yang Chen directly gave a number. I will not count more than you, more than 308th grade Lingji mushroom jade pills. Take a whole number, count as 300. 28th Revolution Limb Regeneration Pills and 28th Revolution Spirit Congealing Pills. No, with your current injuries, you'll need 100 Ganoderma Dew pills and 20 Limb Regeneration pills. You'll have to count them in as well. I will need to refine 1 Lingji Mushroom Jade pill for 20 years. 400 pills is equivalent to 8,000 years. 1 Limb Regeneration pill is equivalent to 50 years. 40 pills is equivalent to 2,000 years. I will give you the Spirit Congealing pill. This way it will be 10,000 years. After reporting these numbers, Yang Chen fiercely shouted at Long Quang, who was still conscious, "Either you return the medicinal pills to me now, or you become my fighter for 10,000 years. Do as you see fit." Of course, if you are willing to transfer this debt to Aolan, then let her be my fighter for the rest of her life. You can continue being a great hero who shields your companions from the wind and rain. After saying all this, Yang Chen did not forget to stab Long Quang in the heart. However, you don't have to worry about Aolan. As long as she returns the favor she owes me, she will naturally return. The reason why Long Quang came to look for Yang Chen alone was to think of a way to transfer the favor that Aolan owed him to Yang Chen. Aolan had practically given up everything for him. How could Long Quang be willing to let Aolan bear a heavy debt of gratitude for him? "I will return the debt I owe you." Even in Long Quang's dreams, he never imagined that the usually amiable Yang Chen would be so terrifying when he was angry. This was especially so when he did not look for Long Quang to settle the debt. Instead, he wanted to place the debt on Aolan. This was Long Quang's fatal weakness. Even though he was extremely weak, he did not forget to use his loudest voice to express his thoughts. "What are you going to use to return it?" As Yang Chen spoke, he tossed the medicinal pills into Long Quang's mouth. At the same time, he did not forget to kick Long Quang's huge body. "Hurry up and transform into a more pleasing image for me. Don't think that this loach is very mighty." Under the influence of the medicinal pills, Long Quang, who had gradually recovered from his injuries, did not even say a word of objection. He obediently transformed back into his human form. However, his injuries had not completely healed yet, so he could only lie on the ground. When Long Quang first saw Yang Chen, he was arrogantly saying that he had transformed into his human form because Aolan liked him. Now it was because Yang Chen did not like his dragon form. The situation changed so quickly that it made one sigh. A hired thug should act like one. In the future, stop acting all high and mighty in front of me. I am not your nanny. I still have to take care of everything for you. After scolding Long Quang, Yang Chen still felt that this was not enough. He provoked Long Quang again. "Now, scram back and do what you need to do. When Aolan returns, you can discuss with her what to do. Quickly scram. I get annoyed when I see you." This time, Long Quang learned his lesson. He did not dare to say anything more. He quickly turned around and disappeared from Yang Chen's sight. Before he left, he heard Yang Chen roar impatiently, "What the hell is this? Instead of leading, you retreat after being beaten. Do you really think you are very powerful? Even Ao Lai can defeat you with one hand. Why are you worrying for others? Who do you think you are?" After Long Quang's figure completely disappeared, Gao Yu slowly walked over to Yang Chen's side. She stretched out her hand and started massaging Yang Chen's shoulders. At the same time, she said to the angry Yang Chen, "Isn't this a little too ruthless? If he cannot accept it, wouldn't that make Big Sister Aolan sad? He has to keep doing this. Only then will Big Sister Aolan be truly sad." Yang Chen shook his head and held Gao Yu's hand. He said slowly, "Never mind. I hope he can learn his lesson and not be so arrogant." Chapter 2269. When Long Quang left, he was very lonely and had suffered a huge blow. However, as long as he was in the Mountain River geographical map, he would be constantly monitored by the third primordial spirit, so there was no need to worry about anything happening to him. Actually, The place where Long Quang was going to go into seclusion was something that Yang Chen had already prepared for him. Previously, he had been cultivating there. Yang Chen wanted to know if this fellow had received enough of a lesson and understood his mistake. Fortunately, Long Quang did not make Yang Chen wait for long. A few days later, Yang Chen found out about Long Quang's situation from the third primordial spirit. Long Quang went into seclusion, but before that, he had been sitting there thinking. Before he went into seclusion, Long Quang shouted at the sky 3 times, "Aolan, I was wrong." This was enough. Yang Chen did not expect Long Quang to admit his mistake. As long as he realized his mistakes, it would be fine. If he could admit his mistakes to Aolan, then the matter would basically be completed. Yang Chen would also be able to give big sister Aolan an explanation. For the time being, he did not need to pay attention to Long Quang. This time, he would definitely be in seclusion for a long time. The lesson that Yang Chen's family had taught him was enough for him to think for a long time. Of course, this was very beneficial to him. It all depended on whether or not he could really grasp this opportunity. Following that, Yang Chen's focus landed on Gong Sunling. To be exact, it landed on the Mountain River geographical map and the refining of the demon world. After hundreds of years, as the refinement of the demon world deepened, as the number of normal cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map increased, the speed of refining the demon world became faster and faster. Up until now, the huge demon world was only a few thousand miles away from being refined. However, the last few thousand miles was the most difficult part. It could even be said that it was more difficult to refine than most of the demon world combined. On one hand, this was the closest to the core of the demon world, the place where the demonic energy was the densest and most concentrated. Furthermore, there was also a source of demonic energy that led to the immortal world. On the other hand, it was because over the years, when the Mountain River geographical map refined the demon world, it had also received most of the demonic energy in the demon world. The Mountain River geographical map was now very large, and after absorbing and refining many spatial cave treasures, it had reached an incredible level. But the underworld was not small. The devil chi accumulated over the years was not something that a mere Mountain River geographical map could dilute. Most of the devil chi was actually more and more concentrated in the last few thousand miles of the underworld. Yang Chen had Gong Sunling and his third primordial spirit release a limited amount of demonic energy into the geographical map of mountains and rivers, allowing all the cultivators inside to slowly endure the increasingly thick demonic energy. However, the concentration of this demonic chi in the mortal world was at most the level of the periphery of the demon continent. It was fine here in the spiritual world. It had reached the concentration in the core of the demon continent. For the time being, the cultivators could still endure the invasion of this level of devil chi. But if it went any higher, apart from those whose cultivation base was above the 4th grade of Earth immortal realm, they would not be able to endure any more. But even if there was a Mountain River geographical map to dilute a lot of devil chi, for the entire devil world, it was just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Most of the devil chi was more and more concentrated in the remaining area of the underworld, and a lot of the devil chi was no longer devil chi, but devil liquid. The central area was actually such a large piece of devil chi sea with a radius of thousands of miles. Now the speed of refining was close to the speed of a turtle, almost refining inch by inch, and this speed was getting slower and slower, almost stagnant. As a last resort, Yang Chen could only consult Big Brother Li Qing again. The problem of refining was mainly focused on how to deal with the devil chi. As long as this much devil chi could be disposed of, it could actually greatly improve the speed of refining. What Yang Chen asked Big Brother Li Qing for advice was also this core problem. Big Brother Li Cheng had basically been refining the magic weapon to block the devil qi in seclusion these years, relying on a large number of magic weapons of the Immortal Realm Masters obtained from the executioner of the Immortal beheading platform as raw materials. It was at the critical moment of refining that he was disturbed by Yang Chen and seemed very unhappy. It's actually very simple to deal with the devil qi. Although he was unhappy, Big Brother Li Cheng was not as anxious as Yang Chen thought. It had only been 300 to 400 years since he started refining the underworld, and he had already made such progress. It could be said that it was beyond Big Brother Li Cheng's expectations. Yang Chen was bound to encounter this problem, and he had long been aware of it. Yang Chen also knew that Big Brother Li Cheng would definitely have a way, so he felt slightly relieved and waited for Big Brother Li Cheng to give him detailed guidance. Actually, the most fundamental method is to have a large enough space to slowly dilute the devil qi, so that all living things can slowly get used to it. In the future, regardless of whether it is life or cultivation, it will become normal, Li Cheng said unhurriedly. You should also know this. Big Brother Li Cheng's words made Yang Chen smile bitterly. How could he not know that this was the fundamental solution? All living things in nature needed a way of balance. Previously, a certain big shot's imagination was too simple, which led to the current disaster. However, the problem had to be solved. He could not get past this hurdle, so how could he talk about the fundamental solution? Right now, we can only deal with it first. Li Cheng also knew what Yang Chen's bitter smile meant, but he still gave Yang Chen an idea unhurriedly. I remember that someone has a flying sword that specifically absorbs devil qi to increase its power. The Earth Flying Sword was a flying sword that Yang Chen refined with the 9 nether flying dust that was infiltrated by devil qi. It was one of Yang Chen's great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. It had been used by Yang Chen as a portal to control the release of devil qi. However, now that the area of refining the devil world was large, it was no longer useful. It was kept in Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber as a sword soul. Big Brother Li Cheng suddenly mentioned this flying sword, which made Yang Chen stunned. Although the 9 nether flying sword was powerful and could absorb some devil qi, it was probably beyond its power to deal with such a large devil qi, right? Big Brother Li Cheng also thought too highly of his flying sword. Of course, it's not possible to rely on that flying sword alone. Big Brother Li Cheng said confidently and slowly. However, doesn't someone still have a living soil flying sword? Big Brother Li Cheng knew all about Yang Chen's asset. The living soil flying sword was Yang Chen's earth element flying sword, and he had never hidden it from Big Brother Li Cheng. However, what was the use of the living soil flying sword? The living soil has a characteristic. Big Brother Li Cheng immediately reminded Yang Chen. What characteristics did the living soil have? Yang Chen pondered for a long time and thought of one, which was that it could grow continuously. However, the growth conditions of the living soil were very harsh. So far, Yang Chen's living soil flying sword did not exceed 20 kilograms because the living soil grew too slowly. Could it be that it was also effective against devil qi? Chapter 2270. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Big Brother Li Cheng still had the attitude of having the pearl of wisdom in his hands. He spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, allowing others to hear him very clearly. You are really lucky to be able to obtain this soil of breath, flying sword in the mortal world. You should know that the remaining soil of breath in the entire mortal world does not exceed 10 kilograms. Tens of thousands of Taishamen died just to collect this soil of breath, all of which helped you. Yang Chen really did not know about this. He thought that there were a lot of things and he just happened to run into it. No wonder the guy who had his natal magic treasure tossed around so much. It turned out that there was such a reason behind it. Refining the soil of breath is even more difficult. It will take at least tens of thousands of years to refine. Big Brother Li Cheng kept talking about the difficulty of obtaining and refining the soil of breath, as if he was dispelling Yang Chen's doubts. To be honest, ever since he obtained the Soil of Breath flying sword, Yang Chen did not pay much attention to it. Other than using it to disguise his identity, he basically did not use it at other times. Its power was also not particularly great. Most of the time, it was used as a sword soul. For Yang Chen, it really could not be said to be willing or not willing. Big brother, please give me some pointers. So what if I am willing or not? Yang Chen very sincerely asked Big Brother Li Qing for advice. If you are willing, then contribute your Soil of Breath flying sword. Together with the 9 underworlds flying sword, you can temporarily solve the problem of this demonic Qi Si. Big Brother Li Qing said with a smile, I am reluctant. Let's leave it like this first. Wait for me to refine the lock in a few days, then we can slowly solve it. It's just a flying sword. I don't care about it. Yang Chen laughed. It was just a sword that made up his great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. In fact, with the Immortal beheading saber, it was basically enough. There was no need to worry about encountering any difficult opponent. Yang Chen was also very generous. He directly said his decision. How to use it, big brother, please give me some pointers. Do you know why the living soil can grow so quickly when there is a big flood? Brother Li Qing asked Yang Chen a question with a smile. What choice would Yang Chen make? He was very clear. In many previous things, he had already seen the character of his little brother. He was not the kind of stingy person, so he was able to make friends with him until now. Yang Chen's question just now was because he wanted to know more. I don't know. There was one good thing about Yang Chen. If he knew, he knew. If he didn't know, he wouldn't pretend to know. If he didn't know, he would ask. He wasn't afraid of losing face at all. Moreover, the person asking for advice was Big Brother Li Qing, so there was no problem at all. Because the flood is not a good thing. Li Qing only said the most important part. He believed that Yang Chen, his little brother, would definitely understand. As expected, Yang Chen understood. The flood was not a good thing. It stimulated the growth of the living soil. Devil Qi was basically the filthy Qi between heaven and earth. No matter how you looked at it, it was not a good thing. In other words, the Devil Qi could stimulate the growth of the living soil crazily? But this little brother has not stayed in the Devil Qi for a day or two. The living soil flying sword has never changed. Yang Chen was a little confused. If this was the case, shouldn't he have discovered it a long time ago? That's because your refining method is wrong. Li Qing pointed out Yang Chen's mistake unceremoniously, but he still changed the topic and left some face for Yang Chen. Or, it's the Taishanmen who don't know how to refine the living soil at all. They wasted a good thing for no reason. Yang Chen was speechless for a while. He really didn't care. If he didn't know, then he didn't know. He didn't spend much effort on the living soil flying sword. However, the experts of the mysterious Heavens sect, who had refined the living soil flying sword for tens of thousands of years, would probably cry to death. They spent so much time in vain. Elder brother Li Qing's refining technique was inherited from the 3 pure Taoist ancestors. Since he said so, it would definitely not be wrong. But Yang Chen thought about it, and he still couldn't think of which part of the universe treasure fostering secret art was about the refining of the living soil. Out of curiosity, he also asked the question. A secret art wants to cover everything in the world. Are you naive, or did I hear it wrong? Elder brother Li Qing directly rolled his eyes at Yang Chen and lectured, Have you seen such a secret art? Then you obviously learned the alchemy technique of the Taoist ancestors. Why did you still try your best to study the unique method of the broken limb regeneration pill? Hearing elder brother Li Qing say this, Yang Chen was also stunned at first. Combined with his own experience in alchemy, Yang Chen suddenly understood something. Whether it was the universe treasure fostering secret art or the old Lord alchemy scripture, they only described the application in most cases. If he really encountered a specific thing, he still needed to analyze the specific situation. In this way, cultivation was not a static thing. No matter how powerful the seniors were, even if they were like the Taoist ancestors, there were still places that they could not consider. If the devil chi was not the wrong idea of a certain big shot, it would not have caused the current situation. Respecting authority but not being superstitious about authority, this was the right attitude. After thinking about this, for a while, it seemed that some of the dark clouds hanging over his head had also dispersed. His sea of consciousness was like the sky after the rain, it became completely clear. His spiritual awareness cultivation, which had stagnated for at least 200 years, suddenly began to soar and directly flew to the late stage of Almighty Immortal. Right in front of Elder Brother Li Cheng, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation soared all the way. Elder Brother Li Cheng seemed to be used to this. While drinking wine, he looked at Yang Chen sitting there with a smile on his face. When Yang Chen finally stabilized, Li Cheng smiled and poured a glass of wine for Yang Chen and congratulated him. "Congratulations. It's all thanks to Elder Brother's guidance." Yang Chen did not refuse. After drinking the wine, he thanked Elder Brother Li Cheng instead. Both of them laughed out loud. "I have the refining method of living soil here, you can take it and refine it again." After drinking the wine, Elder Brother Li Cheng threw a jade slip to Yang Chen and left without looking back. "With the 9 nether flying sword, I can solve this devil chi si within 200 years. At that time, I estimate that my lock will also be refined, and we will completely solve the devil domain together." Yang Chen took the jade slip and carefully studied it, and soon he was immersed in it. The jade slip left by Elder Brother Li Cheng introduced the living soil in detail, and Yang Chen also knew the way to solve the devil chi si. As Yang Chen now knew, the living soil, which had been properly refined, would quickly grow into a large piece of new land under the influence of the filthy chi of heaven and earth like the devil chi. However, the living soil itself would not increase too much, only a large amount of land would be added. This was great news for Yang Chen. In fact, before Elder Brother Li Cheng interrogated him about the so-called willing to part with it, it was not a question at all. These living soil were just seeds, they would always be kept and would not be consumed, but would grow slightly. However, the devil chi si would stimulate the living soil to grow a huge land, which could not only increase the space of the mountain river geographical map, but also absorb the devil chi on a large scale. Yang Chen was just wondering why the living soil was not used to solve the problem of the devil chi imbalance. Chapter 2271. For the doubts that Yang Chen thought of, Big Brother Li Cheng did not mention a word. Yang Chen knew that there must be a reason, and he would know it, so he did not catch up and ask. Big Brother Li Cheng has given himself a new refining method. Yang Chen did not neglect, and immediately refined the live soil flying sword according to the new method. At the beginning, it was necessary to destroy the previous results and purify the pure live soil little by little. It would take a lot of hard work. Fortunately, Yang Chen had the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Even the live soil flying sword, which had consumed tens of thousands of years of sacrificial refining by Taishanmen, quickly fell apart under the yin-yang heaven burning fire. It was always easier to destroy than to build, which was also a common sense. The difficulty was to extract the live soil in its original form. This alone took Yang Chen almost 50 years. In 50 years, a lot of things had happened. The closest to Yang Chen was that Aolan went out to find the profound spirit furnace's spirit and came back. She successfully completed the task and rushed back with the spirit. Aolan would definitely not use the dragon spirit of the fire dragon as the spirit. This time, she brought back the spirit of an ancient mythological beast, Bai Fang. Bai Fang, this kind of vicious bird, was a fire attribute and wood attribute, and had 2 attributes at the same time. These 2 attributes were of great benefit to alchemy. The profound spirit furnace itself was of the fire attribute, and most of the medicinal materials were of the wood attribute, which could be more suitable to deal with medicinal materials. There was another advantage. As long as the medicinal pills were refined, they would naturally carry the vitality of the wood attribute, and the medicinal effect would increase a bit out of thin air. The legendary Baifeng usually fed on flames. In the profound spirit furnace, which had almost all the fire seeds in the world, it was like a fish in the water. It was the most suitable spirit. He didn't know where Ao Lan found this kind of ancient vicious bird, but Yang Chen would not pursue it. The key point was that this Baifeng's spirit was willing to be the spirit, which made the profound spirit furnace have unlimited upgrade potential. When it came to controlling the fire, Baifeng regarded the flame as food and was born to control almost all the fire seeds in the world. Mo Chunmei was directly hit by a big pie falling from the sky. Because of Baifeng's own willingness, the combination with the profound spirit furnace became extremely simple. For the Baifeng spirit body, the profound spirit furnace was simply the best nest full of food that it dreamed of. Letting it be a tool spirit was simply throwing a greedy dragon into a cave full of gold coins. When the profound spirit furnace had a new tool spirit, Mo Chunmei immediately tried to refine a batch of medicinal pills. The medicinal pills were not particularly complicated. It was Yang Chen's signature medicinal pills, Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill. Refining this furnace was just to test the profound spirit furnace with a new tool spirit, and also to test the level of the new tool spirit. Mo Chunmei had just ascended not too long ago and was only a Tier 5 alchemist. But under the powerful bonus of the profound spirit furnace, what was refined was a real 6th grade Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill. On each pill, there were 6 distinct Firebird pill markings. When it was handed over to Master Yang Chen for inspection, Yang Chen magnified the medicinal pills refined by Mo Chunmei in his own sea of consciousness, carefully observed it, and gave an excellent evaluation. Only for a Tier 5 alchemist, being able to refine this quality of medicinal pills has fully explained Mo Chunmei's talent in alchemy. Even without the addition of the profound spirit furnace, the basic quality of the medicinal pills could already be comparable to that of Yang Chen when he was a Tier 5 alchemist, and even slightly better. It was not impossible for this female disciple to surpass him in the future. Yang Chen was very satisfied, Mo Chunmei was very happy, and Ao Lan was even happier. In this way, at least she has returned a small favor, and her heart was much better. Carrying a heavy debt of gratitude was really not something to be happy about. More or less returning a little bit of it made her feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. After elder sister Ao Lan solved this small matter, she immediately rushed back to Long Quang. What she was most worried about was that during her absence, Long Quang would come up with something. Ao Lan knew Long Quang's temperament better than anyone else. Even if Long Quang did not show any abnormalities when he was with her, low-key and polite, everything seemed normal, she was still worried. If Long Quang's temper flared up, she was afraid that he would really offend people. Originally, it was best for her to take Long Quang out with her to personally take care of him. However, Long Quang's physical condition and cultivation needed to be cultivated. Going out would delay a lot of his time, and even if it was made up for in the future, it would only be half the effort. However, she had some news about the Baifeng Divine Beast spirit body, and she could not miss the time, so she could only go out alone and leave Long Quang here. On the way out, Ao Lan was filled with apprehension, afraid that Long Quang would do something inappropriate. If it was just a verbal conflict, it would be fine. If they were to fight, the consequences would be unpredictable. No matter which side was injured, it would make her very embarrassed. Long Quang had already come out of seclusion. This time, he had been in seclusion for almost 30 years. In these 30 years, Long Quang first reflected on his own character, reflected on his biased way of doing things in the past. Then, he actively accepted the lesson of fighting with Yang Chen's family, completely seeing through his own weaknesses. When Ao Lan saw Long Quang, she was very surprised. Long Quang did not hide the pleasant surprise in his eyes. However, what made Aolan even more pleasantly surprised was the calmness in Long Quang's eyes. It was a gaze that could only be possessed by someone who had seen through the fog of the mortal world. It was also a kind of humility that could only appear after one had truly put down all pretense. Seeing Long Quang's gaze, Aolan's heart was completely at ease, no longer worrying about anything. After feeling at ease, Aolan was left with curiosity. In her impression, it was impossible for Long Quang to have such great wisdom to be able to see through all this. Something must have happened that she did not know about. However, Aolan did not ask about it like a curious baby. Instead, she first asked about Long Quang's body and the state of his cultivation in the past few years. Long Quang treated Aolan very well. Even Aolan had to admit this. Even though Long Quang was so arrogant that he did not even care about the experts of the Long clan, he still treated Aolan wholeheartedly. This could not be faked. Otherwise, Aolan would not treat Long Quang so well. In the end, Long Quang took the initiative to tell Aolan everything that happened after she left. He did not even miss out on the embarrassing matter of him being beaten up by Yang Chen's family. In the past, if Long Quang was beaten up like this, he would rather die than tell Aolan. That would feel like he was complaining to his parents. Long Quang would definitely not do that. But now, Long Quang said it very naturally, as if this wasn't something that embarrassed him at all. Chapter 2272. Aolan listened to Long Quang's words in shock. When Long Quang spoke, Aolan forcefully suppressed her shock and pretended to be calm as she listened to him. She really couldn't imagine that the proud man she loved would have such an unbelievable day. "Are you very surprised?" Long Quang did not forget to ask Aolan with a smile halfway through. Aolan nodded subconsciously. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. However, she did not know what to say and remained silent for a moment. "Actually, even I am surprised." Long Quang still had a smile on his face as he spoke. When Aolan finally looked over in shock, he explained, "Say, why was I such a scoundrel back then?" Aolan was completely immersed in shock. She could only listen to Long Quang speak, but she could not say a single word. Finally, Long Quang spoke of his request to Yang Chen, Yang Chen's response, and the subsequent battle. He spoke for about 2 days before he finished explaining everything. "You said that you insisted on fighting Yang Chen in the end?" Aolan was completely dumbfounded. She could not imagine that Aolan would not be defeated by the girls, but that Long Quang would actually force Yang Chen to fight that kind of stupid request. "That's right. I was really foolish back then." Long Quang nodded. Now that he thought about it, it was not an exaggeration to use the word foolish to describe him. This was the most suitable adjective for him. It was not a definition given by others. "You are right." Aolan nearly could not hold back her laughter. After she forcefully held it in, she sighed and asked, "Do you know?" "What?" Long Quang and Aolan sat together. The two of them were originally the most intimate couple. This posture was very normal. However, the two of them were in human form now. They were not in the body of the dragon race. "From the moment I saw Yang Chen, I had a very deep premonition." Aolan did not hide anything from Long Quang. She said what she had hidden in her heart for a long time. "Even though he was only a human immortal junior back then, I vaguely felt that if he wanted to kill me, I would not be able to avoid it." "What?" This time, Long Quang's tone was raised. What kind of joke was this? Aolan had told him before that when he first met Yang Chen, Aolan was already in the intermediate Golden Immortal stage. Later on, he even reached the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. How could a Golden Immortal Dragon race expert lose to a human Immortal Junior? However, as soon as he said those words, his tone naturally lowered a lot. There was nothing unbelievable about this. His body was a Golden Immortal, but it was also easily controlled by Yang Chen, who was a Heaven Immortal, and was not much stronger than a clay doll. How inconceivable could it be for Aolan? Why didn't you say so earlier? Long Quang had no choice but to admit that his girlfriend's premonition was very accurate. If I told you at that time, with your personality at that time, would you have believed me? It was rare for Aolan to display the coquettish attitude of a little girl. This made Long Quang, who had never seen Aolan like this before, captivated. As long as it was you who said it, I would definitely believe you. Long Quang did not even know how he said these words. In any case, his eyes were only filled with his girlfriend's beautiful appearance and coquettish tone. There was nothing else. However, if Yang Chen wants to kill me, even if he succeeds in the end, he will still have to pay a heavy price. Even though she admitted that she might not be as good as Yang Chen in a life-and-death battle, as the princess of the dragon race, Aolan also had her own pride. These words were said with a heroic spirit. This was the confidence of a peak golden immortal expert. It had nothing to do with Long Quang's previous arrogance. Long Quang believed these words because they were said by Aolan. Even though he could not say such confident words now, he was very proud that his girlfriend could say it. It was unknown when it started, but Long Quang already treated Yang Chen as a high and mighty target to chase, and not a junior that he could order around at any time. The lesson from last time was engraved in his heart, and he would not make the same mistake twice. Aolan, I'm very sorry. This time, I owe Yang Chen a lot of debt. After saying all this, Long Quang lowered his head and admitted his mistake to Aolan. I thought I could help you lessen some of the psychological burden. Unfortunately, I was wrong. I like that you have this kind of heart. Aolan was so happy that she nearly exploded. Since when did her boyfriend, who never lowered his head, speak like this? Furthermore, he even made her so happy. The beating of Yang Chen's family was simply too effective. However, I still owe him more and more. Long Quang sighed and said somewhat dispiritedly, I already promised Yang Chen that I would be his helper for 10,000 years to repay the debt. Ignore him. When Aolan heard the conditions that Yang Chen extorted Long Quang, she immediately started to think about her boyfriend. In any case, the favor that I owe him is already unrepayable. It doesn't matter if it's more or less. Isn't it just a few hundred pills? It's not even as much as this pill. As Aolan spoke, she took out the heavenly essence pill that she had asked Long Quang for a long time. I prepared this for you long ago. I got it from Yang Chen. The heavenly essence pill condensed from the life essence of a 10,000 tribulation true immortal is a peerless treasure for cultivation. You just reincarnated and do not have a sufficient mental state, so I did not tell you. Now I will give it to you. However, you still have to temper it first and use it after your mental state improves. When Long Quang heard that the heavenly essence pill was condensed from the life essence of a 10,000 tribulation true immortal, he was completely stunned. It was true that he had been dead for many years, but that did not mean that he did not have common sense. He did not know what kind of existence a 10,000 tribulation true immortal was. A few 108 revolution pills already made him feel that he had to repay it for 10,000 years. In that case, what kind of price would he have to pay for this heavenly essence pill? These few beatings I received were not unjust. After Long Quang found out about this heavenly essence pill, he thought about what he did back then. Now it looked like a huge joke. Repay the favor and not owe each other anything? Not selling himself to Yang Chen for the rest of his life was already doing good deeds for his ancestors. In the past, he really was an arrogant bastard who couldn't be any more arrogant. The more Long Quang knew, the more he felt this way. After Long Quang came out of closed-door cultivation, he wanted to look for Yang Chen to have a chat. However, he did not have a chance, or rather, he did not have a good excuse. Now that Aolan was back, he could use this opportunity to thank Yang Chen and have a detailed chat with him again. This time, Long Quang was serious about talking to Yang Chen as a friend of the same generation. He wanted to know what exactly Yang Chen wanted to do. Chapter 2273. Actually, even until now, Long Quang had not truly seen through Yang Chen. He was still worried about how to repay the many favors he owed. Although Long Quang was a man, he could not see through this as thoroughly as Ao Lan. When Ao Lan and Long Quang came to see Yang Chen at the same time, Yang Chen definitely had to receive them grandly. However, Ao Lan dispensed with the formalities. Do we still need such things between friends? Long Quang stared dumbfoundedly at Ao Lan and Yang Chen, addressing each other as big sister and little brother without any distinction between host and guest. They ate and drank as they pleased, not paying any attention to formalities. Only then did Long Quang understand a little. This is good as well, Long Quang thought to himself. After that, he no longer felt conflicted and joined in the drinking competition with Yang Chen. There were some people and some things that one would not get to know without fighting. It was not too late for Long Quang to understand now. After stuffing himself with food, Long Quang tossed his remaining uneasiness to the back of his mind. Since they were already friends, perhaps even brothers with a closer relationship, there was no need to talk about what you owe me and I owe you. Your matters were my matters, and my matters were your matters. What was the difference between us? Long Quang had finally appeased a fellow who might become an explosive in the future. Similarly, Yang Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he had an answer to big sister Ao Lan. Now, he could consider refining the final demonic world in peace. Yang Chen had already completely refined the breath soil. A small piece weighed more than 5 kilograms. Because he destroyed a magic treasure that could be considered his life flying sword, Yang Chen's spiritual sense was damaged. Even though the 3 purities art that Yang Chen cultivated was strong enough, and with the help of the spirit congealing pill, Yang Chen still spent a few years to make up for it. Fortunately, he had taken the initiative to dismantle the flying sword, so his injuries were not very serious. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the connection with their life magic treasure. After his injuries were healed, Yang Chen began to refine the living soil flying sword according to the correct refining method given by Brother Li Qing. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of Fairy Immortal, and his divine sense had reached the late stage of Almighty Immortal. It took the cultivators of Taishanmen in the mortal world 10,000 years to refine the breathing soil, but in the hands of Yang Chen, it only took him a few decades to turn it into a sword embryo. From the very beginning, Yang Chen felt a huge difference in the breathing soil flying sword that he had refined again. In the past, Yang Chen only knew that the material of the living soil flying sword was real. In the past 3,000 years, the weight of the living soil flying sword had increased by several kilograms. That was all. As for the power, it could only be said to be ordinary. Compared with Yang Chen's other weapons, such as the Immortal Beheading Saber, the Blood Demon Vine Flying Sword, and the 9 Serenities Flying Sword, they were not on the same level. The only thing worth mentioning was its sturdiness. Living soil was living soil. Even if the refining method was wrong, there was no material that could really be destroyed. Even if it was seriously injured, it would still grow slowly, but the speed of growth was extremely slow because of the wrong method. Now that he had just refined the living soil flying sword, to be exact, he had just refined a sword embryo. Yang Chen could feel the strong aura of endless growth from the living soil flying sword. It was not the kind of vitality of the growth of thousands of trees, but a kind of overbearing and terrifying growth aura that could ignore all restraints. If this kind of aura was used in an attack, even if it only scratched the enemy's skin a little, it would directly make a huge hole at the point of contact. With the characteristics of Yang Chen's spiritual power, there would be 108 almost irremovable fifth earth true essence entangled on the wound, preventing the wound from healing itself. If it was directly hit, it was estimated that it would be like the beheading of the Immortal Beheading Saber. There was basically no need to think anymore. What surprised Yang Chen even more was that after he correctly refined the living soil into a sword embryo, and then received it in his sea of consciousness, he found that his brand new fifth earth living soil flying sword began to absorb the demonic chi. In the Mountain River geographical map, the concentration of demonic chi in the spiritual world where Yang Chun and the others were now had reached the level of the core of the demon continent. For a time, countless demonic chi flew directly towards Yang Chen's body, and then was absorbed by the living soil flying sword in his sea of consciousness. The speed of absorption was almost comparable to a huge air pump. After a while, a huge vacuum of demonic chi was formed within a radius of hundreds of meters around Yang Chen because the demonic chi had been completely absorbed and the surroundings had not had time to replenish. The living soil flying sword in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness seemed to have a posture of wanting to grow, but because it was being cultivated by Yang Chen with his life source primordial spirit, it was suppressed in the sea of consciousness, so it did not grow bigger. But Yang Chen believed that as long as he completed the refining and took out the living soil flying sword, the living soil flying sword would definitely grow wildly under the stimulation of the demonic chi. It was just that Yang Chen did not know what kind of scale the living soil flying sword would become at that time. Perhaps it would become a huge flying sword that even Yang Chen himself could not wield, but no matter what, the demonic chi could always be absorbed. The change in the demonic chi would definitely attract everyone's attention. The women came directly to Yang Chen's side, waiting for Yang Chen to give an explanation. After a while, even Madame Bai, Lin Jingyuan, Ao Lan, Long Quang and the others rushed over, wanting to know what had happened. After Yang Chen explained everything, everyone suddenly understood. Gong Sunling was also happy. It was getting more and more difficult to refine the last part of the demon world, which made her a little stressed. Unexpectedly, her husband had helped her find a solution without saying a word. As for Lin Jingyuan and Madame Bai, after they heard the name of the living soil, they also had to sigh. Yang Chen, this younger generation's luck was really good, so good that it made them a little jealous. Many cultivators dreamed of finding good things, but in Yang Chen's place, it was like cabbages. A batch appeared today, and another batch appeared tomorrow. There was never a lack of surprises. Aolan also did not think that this was a big deal. Since she knew that Yang Chen directly opened the treasure house of the Dragon Palace, she would not be surprised even if Yang Chen could take out something good. Only Long Quang was the most surprised one. These days, he finally saw what kind of wealth Yang Chen had. He saw with his own eyes that countless cultivators dreamed of finding a few drops of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid for alchemy, refining, or drinking it to cleanse the body. In Yang Chen's Dragon Palace, it was used for bathing and swimming. Even if he was a dragon, even if he once felt that he was already rich in the Dragon Palace, he still felt like a beggar in the face of Yang Chen's wealth. Now, Yang Chen casually took out a magic weapon that was actually made of the living soil, which directly made Long Quang worship Yang Chen. The dragon race was so powerful, but they had never heard of finding a few living soil, but Yang Chen took out more than a dozen gene. Chapter 2274. Yang Chen didn't care how shocked Long Quang was. He was now focused on nurturing the soil of living flying sword. Once the sword was completed, he would use it to deal with the devil chi si. The refining of the earth element flying sword did not stop, and the earth element flying sword was not idle either. The 9 nether flying sword was originally refined by absorbing a lot of devil chi, so it was extremely good at absorbing devil chi. During the years of refining the earth element flying sword, Yang Chen directly threw the 9 nether flying sword into the devil chi sea of the devil realm, letting the 9 nether flying sword absorb the liquefied devil chi to its heart's content. Even with Yang Chen's current cultivation, it would take decades to refine a brand new flying sword from scratch. No wonder Brother Li Qing directly gave a time limit of 200 years. He must have considered Yang Chen's current situation. Now, Yang Chen didn't care what happened outside. He just focused on his own things. Even if all the Golden Immortals and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals of the major sect in the Immortal realm were all dead, as long as Yang Chun could completely refine the devil realm, he would always be invincible. Brother Li Qing said that if he could tie down the Zhao family for 1,000 years, then at least the spiritual realm would be stable for 1,000 years. Now there were still hundreds of years, enough for Yang Chen to deal with it. At this point, Chunyang Palace was no longer a burden to Yang Chen, but a huge help. Not to mention anything else, just the Earth Dragon alone was enough to ensure the safety of the entire Chunyang Palace. What's more, if things went wrong, Yang Chun could let the entire Chunyang Palace enter the Mountain River geographical map at any time. No one outside knew what kind of behemoth Chunyang Palace had developed in the Mountain River geographical map. Even the Yin Yang Demon School was a terrifying sect hundreds of times larger than the spiritual realm outside. Even Yang Chun had passed down the inheritance of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Demon sect. There were billions more cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map than outside. To put it bluntly, it was all because of the heavenly tribulation that the natives of the spirit realm who could not cultivate became true cultivators. For the tens of billions of natives in the spirit realm, this was the hope that they had been yearning for, and it was truly a great merit. Being able to refine the demon realm was the prerequisite to solving the Zhao family's problem. Now, Yang Chen would do his best to complete it no matter what. The women also understood this truth, and they all cooperated. In addition to taking turns to accompany Yang Chen every day, they also did dual cultivation with Yang Chen to improve their cultivation. Among them, the one who cultivated the most diligently was Yang Chen, who cultivated the improved Supreme Mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra with everyone else. This spiritual awareness dual cultivation method allowed Yang Chen's entire family to cultivate together. The reason why he was cultivating the highest mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra so frequently was because the breathing soil flying sword was frantically absorbing the demonic energy within his sea of consciousness. This level of demonic energy often made Yang Chen have all kinds of negative emotions. Although Yang Chen's cultivation didn't care about this, when he was nourishing his life origin flying sword, this kind of interference would always reduce the efficiency. Only when the women cultivated with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness dual cultivation could the women greatly share the interference in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, allowing Yang Chen to focus more on nourishing. Of course, such cultivation was also a form of experiential training for the girls. Right now, the demonic world was no longer a place for experiential training. Even the strongest Madame Bai, Lin Jingyuan, and Ao Lan did not linger in the demonic world. The remaining part of the demon realm was already a sea of demonic energy. In this area, there were no living creatures at all. Even the strongest demon realm creatures were tens of thousands of miles away, and they had already become cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map along with the refinement of those territories. Even in the area bordering this part of the Mountain River geographical map, there were no living creatures within hundreds of thousands of miles. All the cultivators were cultivating in places further away. Even if there were demonic beasts that had not yet crossed their tribulation, they were also far away from the area. If it weren't for the large space bordering here, even Gong Sunling wouldn't know the situation here. The third primordial spirit was also under great pressure. Now under the control of Yang Chen, it no longer continued to refine. It just maintained and then controlled the speed of the demonic energy dissipation. Going further was already beyond his power, even with the 3 dragon spirits and the power of the cultivators in the entire Mountain River geographical map. It was not enough. It could be said that during this period of time, Gong Sunling relied on her life origin magic weapon to increase her cultivation the slowest. If it weren't for the existence of Heavenly Essence Pill, Gong Sunling's cultivation speed would almost be close to the speed of a turtle. It was urgent to completely solve the remaining parts of the demon realm. With everyone's concerted efforts, Yang Chen's living soil flying sword finally completed the nourishment of the life origin flying sword and successfully became one of Yang Chen's brand new life origin flying sword. It was just because the refining time was too short. Even if Yang Chen had the heaven and earth treasure raising secret art passed down by the Tao ancestor in such a short period of a few decades, he could not refine the living soil flying sword to the level of the blood demon vine flying sword. As for comparing it to the immortal beheading saber, it was even more inferior. It could only be said that this was a new flying sword, a new life origin flying sword, nothing more. This flying sword was not refined for combat at this time, although Yang Chen knew that the power of the living soil flying sword was amazing. As soon as the refining was completed, Yang Chen took the living soil flying sword and went straight to the demonic chi sea of the demon realm. Now Yang Chen was almost a huge sponge that absorbed the demonic chi. In the Mountain River geographical map, because the speed of the living soil flying sword absorbing the demonic chi exceeded the speed of the demonic chi dissipation, Yang Chen was surrounded by a demonic chi vacuum for hundreds of feet. No matter how much demonic chi came, it would be absorbed. If it weren't for Yang Chen to accelerate the nourishment of the living soil flying sword, Gong Sunling and the third primordial spirit could even directly let Yang Chen absorb most of the demonic chi in the Mountain River geographical map in the past few decades. The Nine Serenities flying sword, as one of Yang Chen's yin-yang five elements flying sword, was in a bad situation now. This was one of the reasons why Yang Chen rushed over as soon as the living soil flying sword was refined. Another reason, of course, was to refine the demon realm as soon as possible. The earth flying sword had been soaked in the demonic chi sea for hundreds of years, and the liquefied demonic chi had been absorbed by the Nine Serenities flying sword, but this also brought another side effect. That was, there was too much demonic chi, and it seemed to be almost beyond what Yang Chen could bear. If Yang Chen came a step slower and a few years later, perhaps the Nine Serenities flying sword would no longer be Yang Chen's flying sword, but would become a masterless flying sword that was completely soaked in the demonic night. There was only a remnant of Yang Chen's divine awareness imprint on it, and it could still maintain a little connection with Yang Chen. With the arrival of Yang Chen, under the divine awareness cultivation of the late-stage Almighty Immortal, the Nine Serenities flying sword quickly returned to Yang Chen's side, and at the same time began to be strengthened again. The living soil flying sword also began to show its power. Chapter 2275. In the huge demonic chi sea, a whirlpool suddenly appeared, and countless liquefied demonic chi poured into the live soil flying sword like irrigation. Suddenly, a large piece of land with a radius of at least a few hundred feet appeared beside Yang Chen. It was sudden, without the slightest sign, and it directly startled Yang Chen. There was nothing on this piece of land. It was barren and bare, only soil. There were no animals, no plants, except for some demonic chi that was not low in concentration. There was nothing else. Soon, Yang Chen realized what this land was. This was the land that grew after the live soil absorbed the demonic chi. Yang Chen's interest was piqued, and he wanted to study it well. The land that grew out of the live soil looked no different from the ordinary land outside, at least the composition was similar. The only difference was that there were no living creatures. Yang Chen was not sure if animals and plants could grow normally on this land. There was only Yang Chen in the entire demonic chi sea. The spiritual sense of the late-stage Almighty Immortal ensured that Yang Chen would not be affected by the demonic chi sea, but not all cultivators had such a level. Only a few people like Ao Lan, Lin Jingyuan, Madame Bai and a few others could stay here for a while. Even Gong Sunling could not do it now. In this case, even if Yang Chen wanted to experiment, he could not find any test subjects. Seeing that this land was still expanding rapidly, at this rate, it would not take long for the entire demonic chi sea to be filled with this land. Was this the solution that elder brother Li Qing mentioned? However, the next moment Yang Chen understood that this was a delusion. The demonic Qi Si was still the demonic Qi Si. Even if the space was occupied by these lands, the water level of the demonic Qi Si immediately increased, and it was not affected at all. The only thing that surprised Yang Chen was that the land that grew out of the live soil so quickly was not the original live soil. Of course, it did not mean that the live soil did not grow, but the growth rate of the pure live soil was a drop in the bucket compared to the growth rate of this land. Under the probing of Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness, not even 1 or 2 pure breathing soil flying sword had grown. It seemed like the living soil was just a seed that grew very slowly. The one that grew fast was this seemingly ordinary soil. But could this solve the problem of the demonic Qi Si? Yang Chen was still not sure. After carefully observing for a while, Yang Chen suddenly discovered that this newly grown land had a very obvious characteristic, and that was that it could only contain a limited amount of devil Qi. If a piece of land absorbed enough devil Qi, it would no longer have the ability to absorb devil Qi. It was like salt dissolved in water. Once it exceeded a certain degree, it would no longer be able to dissolve. To be more precise, it should be called saturation. The concentration of devil Qi in the new land was more than twice that of the spirit world in the mountain river geographical map. In the mortal world, this concentration was already too high for the cultivators of the mortal world. However, for the mountain river geographical map of the devil realm, this level of demonic Qi was still within the range of refinement. The land that had absorbed enough devil Qi was soaked in the sea of devil Qi, and nothing changed. It seemed that this could be used. Yang Chen relied on the living soil flying sword to put this newly grown land on the land bordering the mountain river geographical map. The third primordial spirit immediately began to act and began to refine this new land regardless of anything else. As Yang Chen expected, the land, which was only twice as dense as the devil Qi in the spiritual world, was easily refined and added to the mountain river geographical map, becoming a part of the mountain river geographical map. Moreover, this new land directly opened up a new space. Yes, the scope of the mortal world was getting wider and wider. After discovering this, Yang Chen no longer hesitated and immediately let the third primordial spirit begin to refine the new land that was constantly growing. The living soil flying sword had been soaking in the sea of devil Qi, crazily absorbing the devil Qi and growing crazily. It seemed that this was a very effective method, but Yang Chen soon found a problem. The living soil flying sword was directly soaked in the sea of devil Qi, causing the new land to grow too fast, causing the core of the devil realm to be blocked by the newly grown land. The sea level of the sea of devil Qi was far higher than before. According to this trend, when the living soil completely absorbed the devil Qi, the last area of the devil realm would explode. As a last resort, Yang Chen could only find a way to balance the situation. The 9 nether flying sword immediately came in handy. The black mist of the flying sword immediately wrapped the living soil flying sword in it, isolating the devil Qi from the living soil. The living soil flying sword was still absorbing the devil Qi, but it was not directly absorbed from the sea of devil Qi, but indirectly from the 9 nether flying sword. The 9 nether flying sword was replenished from the sea of devil Qi, acting as a medium between the living soil and the devil Qi. Under Yang Chen's conscious control, the speed of the new land growth and the speed of the devil Qi absorption gradually reached a balance, so that the mountain river geographical map could be refined in time without occupying the space of the core of the devil realm. Elder Brother Li Qing said that by relying on the cooperation of the living soil flying sword and the 9 nether flying sword, he could barely solve the problem of the sea of devil Qi. It seemed that Elder Brother Li Qing had considered everything. Yang Chen was still wondering why there was such a way to create a separate devil realm to send the devil Qi in. Couldn't the living soil solve the problem at any time and anywhere? It was the third primordial spirit that gave Yang Chen a fact, which made Yang Chen understand that using the living soil like this was just an expedient measure to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. The devil chi did not disappear. Even if the devil chi was absorbed by the living soil flying sword, it did not disappear. The devil chi just moved from the sea of devil chi to the newly growing land, and the overall concentration decreased, but the devil chi was still devil chi, neither turned into spiritual power nor disappeared. Since the devil chi was still there, and the newly growing land was no longer suitable for all the creatures in the mortal world, then this method was no better or worse than sending the devil chi to the devil realm. If the living soil grew uncontrollably, the consequences would probably be similar to the concentration of the devil chi in the devil realm. But in any case, in the newly grown land with the living soil, Yang Chen had already controlled the concentration of the devil chi in the mountain river geographical map to a certain level. At least in these newly refined areas, as long as the third primordial spirit and Gong Sunling did not send living creatures over first, they would not affect the cultivators in the mortal world. The sea of devil chi would also slowly disappear until the mountain river geographical map could completely refine the devil realm. The expedient solution was also a solution. Now when the magic weapon refined by elder brother Li Qing was completed, he could completely refine the devil realm in 100 years. Chapter 2276. With the live soil flying sword, the work of refining the core of the demon realm was officially on the right track. The live soil had the ability to grow indefinitely, which also meant that no matter how much demonic chi there was in the sea of devil chi, the live soil could absorb it and disperse it in the huge land, and then let the mountain river geographical map refine it little by little. The reason why there was no live soil in the demon realm to absorb the demonic chi was that the big shot mentioned by Brother Li Qing was also afraid that the unlimited growth of the live soil would break the entire demon realm. He could not expand the space of the demon realm without limit, so he arranged it this way. Fortunately, Yang Chen now had the mountain river geographical map. The whimsical idea of the Dragon Clan, the pursuit of creating a world, finally had a peerless magic weapon like the mountain river geographical map. With the help of Brother Li Qing, Yang Chen's third primordial spirit could control the heavenly Tao, so there was a space that could be expanded infinitely. Basically, the more land that the live soil grew, the more space that could be expanded in the mountain river geographical map. Although these expanded spaces could not have any living beings for the time being, it completely stabilized the most troublesome demonic chi for Yang Chen, so that the third primordial spirit had enough time to slowly neutralize it through the strength of the cultivators in the mountain river geographical map. But even if no living beings could grow, the newly grown space made the mountain river geographical map more powerful and stable. Even at certain times, when facing the enemy, Gong Sunling could use a powerful demonic chi attack at any time and anywhere, as long as she was willing. Previously, Gong Sunling's cultivation had stagnated by relying on the life source magic weapon, but since Yang Chen used the live soil flying sword, Gong Sunling's cultivation had another channel, not limited to the primordial heaven pill. The days returned to the routine of cultivation and refining, and everyone was also improving their cultivation in an orderly manner. With the help of the primordial heaven pill, everyone's cultivation was rapid. In just a few decades, Yang Chen had even rushed to the peak of the fairy immortal realm. All the women had basically reached the Xian immortal realm. Because everyone was well prepared, they did not trigger the heavenly tribulation. If Yang Chen's family were to appear outside, it would definitely cause countless people to exclaim in surprise. To be able to reach this level in a mere few hundred years, it was unknown how many cultivators in the world would break their heads to find out the secret of their cultivation. The sea of devil chi disappeared little by little, turning into the space of the mortal world in the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Now, the space in which the living soil grew was almost the size of the original demon realm, and less than a quarter of the demon chi sea had disappeared. At this rate, there would be at least 5 more demon realms in the mortal world. This had already far surpassed the super cave dwelling with a radius of 3 million kilometers. It was definitely a giant among giants. Even if it was the real mortal world, it might not be as big as the mortal world in the Mountain River geographical map. This alone was enough to make the defensive power of the Mountain River geographical map surpass any magic treasure that Yang Chen knew. Even the legendary pagoda of the pagoda-bearing king was not a match for it. The complete power of a world was not something that any cultivator could bear or even imagine. Now, Yang Chen's mind was no longer on the demon realm. Because of the current trend, the refining of the demon realm was already a sure thing. The only thing to consider was time. Of course, at that time, perhaps Yang Chen would have to consider the re-refining of the living soil flying sword and the 9 nether flying sword, but after all, this was a trivial matter. What Yang Chen was interested in now was the demon beast space. Obviously, the focus of the Zhao family's breakthrough was in the demon beast space. After all, the demon realm was only connected to the mortal world, and the Zhao family's cultivation in the mortal world was not enough to control the demon realm. But no one knew what method they used, but they began to make a breakthrough in the demon beast space. The demon beast space had been called the demon realm by Yang Chen and big brother Li Qing. This was a huge world connected to the spiritual realm, and the strongest demon beast in it, Yang Chen, did not know what level it was. Now, Yang Chen had begun to suspect that, including the dragon puppet, the super-powerful demon beasts that Yang Chen had unsealed, such as Elder Chong, Elder Hai and Elder Earth Dragon, all came from the demon realm. Only with the demon realm as a foundation, could Yang Chen have the power to compete with the demon realm. Otherwise, as long as the Zhao family could control half of the demon realm, Yang Chen would only end up with a grudge against these enemies, even if his current cultivation had exceeded the limit of the spiritual realm. During the long and stable cultivation of Yang Chen's family, big brother Li Qing finally completed the refining of his super magic weapon. Or more accurately, it was 2 super magic weapons, 2 locks. Each lock could completely block the connection between the 2 worlds. The mission of these 2 locks was to cut off the connection between the demon realm and the immortal realm, as well as the demon realm and the immortal realm. There was still half of the huge demonic qi, but it had been 150 years since the last time he saw big brother Li Qing. It took Yang Chen almost 50 years to destroy the living soil flying sword, and another 50 years to refine it. The living soil flying sword absorbed half of the demonic qi in the demonic qi, which also took about 50 years. There were only 2 people in the demonic qi, Yang Chen and Li Qing, which was not suitable for cultivation at all. Even Yang Chen usually stayed in the Dragon Palace, unless it was necessary. He would only come here. In big brother Li Qing's hand, there was a small and exquisite lock, which did not look very exquisite and had an ancient style. The only thing that made people's eyes light up was the color. The lock was pure gold. There were some bright silver patterns on the lock, which were very mysterious, but no one could understand what they were and what they were used for. When the lock is locked, there will be a lot of movement. You have to control the demonic qi. Li Qing warned Yang Chen. Even with Li Qing's cultivation, he needed Yang Chen's help when doing this. If the entrance to the immortal realm is sealed, it will cause turmoil in the 3 realms, and the demonic qi of the demonic realm will definitely overflow. You can't let these turmoil destroy your previous efforts. Yang Chen nodded at big brother Li Qing, indicating that he was ready. All the women had been arranged in the Dragon Palace. Gong Sunling and the 3rd primordial spirit were doing their best to control the Mountain River geographical map, while Yang Chen was firmly controlling the living soil flying sword and 9 nether flying sword. When necessary, the living soil flying sword would speed up the absorption, even if it temporarily enveloped the entire demonic qi. At this time, big brother Li Qing could only succeed, not fail. If he succeeded, the demonic realm would be completely refined. If he failed, he was afraid that all his previous efforts would be wasted, and the immortal realm would definitely have a huge counterattack, perhaps at that time, it would not be as simple as refining failure. However, Yang Chun still had absolute confidence in Big Brother Li Qing. In such big matters, Big Brother Li Qing had never let Yang Chun down. Chapter 2277. The little golden lock in Big Brother Li Qing's hand slowly flew up from Big Brother Li Qing's hand and flew towards the center of the Devil Qi Sea. It was the source of the Devil Qi of the entire Devil Realm, and it was also the place with the richest Devil Qi in the Devil Realm. Yang Chun had not been close, but he could imagine that there must be many Devil Qi droplets that had become solid magic crystals. The eyes of the two people were focused on the slowly flying golden lock, watching the golden lock fly to the center of the Devil Qi Sea, and then suddenly sink into the Devil Qi Sea and disappeared. Although it could not be seen, and Yang Chun could not use his spiritual awareness to explore the Devil Qi Sea, but Yang Chun could still clearly feel the location of the golden lock. Because the aura on the golden lock transcended the entire Devil Realm, no matter how thick the Devil Qi was, it could not be covered. The golden lock finally stopped in a place, and then the powerful aura was released. Yang Chun understood that it was the golden lock starting to work. Ka, a few very continuous and very regular sounds rang in Yang Chun's ears. Even thousands of miles away, Yang Chun could still hear it clearly. There was no earth-shattering movement. In Yang Chun's feeling, it was like an ordinary lock, very calm. However, it was not that there was no change, at least in Yang Chun's feeling. The Devil Qi of the Devil Realm seemed to be fixed for a while, and then there was no movement. Of course, Yang Chun understood that the Devil Realm suddenly had no source of Devil Qi. There would definitely be such a pause, which was a normal phenomenon. In the future, the Devil Qi Sea would only be maintained as it was now, and there would be no new Devil Qi added. For the Mountain River geographical map to refine the Devil Realm, there would definitely be a decisive benefit. However, Yang Chun was a little surprised that Big Brother Li Qing said that there would be a big turmoil before. Was it because of this? If that was the case, wouldn't it be a bit too disappointing? Yang Chun was puzzled here, but in the immortal world, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It should be noted that all the filthy qi of the world in the three realms was concentrated in a certain place in the immortal realm and then forcibly stuffed into the demon realm. Suddenly, the spatial connection there was completely closed, which caused a great uproar in the immortal realm. After being transported by the immortal realm for millions of years, the density of the Devil Qi in the Devil Realm had already reached an incredible level. Even the center of the Devil Qi Sea was a solid Devil crystal. According to the normal flow, the little bit of Devil Qi collected by the immortal realm could not be injected into the demon realm at all. It made sense that water flowed to lower places. Similarly, Devil Qi would definitely dissipate to places with lower concentrations, not the other way around. If one wanted to forcefully inject low-density Devil Qi into the high-density Devil Realm, one would need external help. It was just like if one wanted to make water flow high, one would need someone to lift it, or there would be strong water pressure. In the immortal world, there was a huge array formation hidden somewhere in the heavenly court. The only function of the array formation was to continuously collect the filthy qi of the world in the immortal realm and use a huge pressure to push it into the demon realm. Because the pressure created by the array formation was always greater than the pressure of the Devil Realm's Devil Qi Sea, the demonic qi could continue to be pushed into the demon realm. The premise for the array formation to continue operating was that there were no mistakes in the process. Of course, there were some minor parts that did not matter. For example, the slowing down of the gathering of the filthy qi of the world was not a big problem. However, there could not be any mistakes in the key points, such as the array formation that compressed the demonic qi and the passageway that connected to the demon realm. Ever since the array formation came into existence, the three realms had been operating normally. Because all the filthy qi of the world had been pushed into the demon realm, there was very little demonic qi in the three realms that could affect the cultivators. The cultivator's cultivation was also rarely disturbed, and there were many cultivators who ascended. This was the merit that a great figure had bestowed upon the cultivators of the three realms. Although most cultivators did not understand the reason behind it, the great figures who had reached a certain level understood. If the three realms could continue operating like this, it would not be a big deal. However, things were now somewhat out of control. The amount of demonic chi in the demon realm was increasing, and the density was also increasing. Long before the heavenly court changed dynasties, the immortal realm had no choice but to strengthen the original array formation that transported demonic chi by 3 times in order to maintain the current balance. However, even so, it could not last for long. The filthy chi of the world was bound to be produced. There was no good way to neutralize it. Blindly pinning one's hopes on the demon realm would obviously not last long. Big Brother Li Cheng's golden lock had directly closed the passageway connecting the demon realm and the immortal realm. This cut a fatal blow to the barely maintained balance. The passageway was closed, but the array that strengthened the pressure of the demonic chi was not closed. Under the enormous pressure, the demonic chi that had been compressed to the extreme and was about to become a demonic crystal instantly broke through all obstacles and exploded in the immortal realm. The closing of the passageway had already caused a thunderous commotion. Be it the heavenly court or the various large sects, none of them had even recovered from the shock of the earth shaking just now. They didn't even know what had happened before the demonic chi suddenly erupted. Because the demonic chi in the demon realm had reached a certain level, even if the demonic chi condensed into demonic crystals, it could only dissipate bit by bit. However, the immortal realm was different. There had been no trace of demonic chi in the immortal realm for many years. This was equivalent to the demonic crystals that should have been sent to the demon realm directly dissipating and diluting in the immortal realm. The current immortal realm was almost a vacuum of demonic chi. The demonic crystals that had been pressed out by the array began to evaporate rapidly. How many demonic crystals could there be in the vast immortal realm? In a few seconds they disappeared without a trace. Given the current area of the immortal realm, such a degree of demonic chi would not affect the cultivators of the immortal realm even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. To put it bluntly, even the cultivators in the mortal world, who had reached the nascent soul stage, would not be affected much. However, after all, there was a process for the demonic crystals to evaporate. The array was still continuously pressing out demonic crystals, causing the density of demonic chi in the secret area of the heavenly court to be far higher than the surrounding area. In other words, those who could serve in the heavenly court were not weak. Only a few palace maids and strongmen at the golden immortal realm were suddenly affected because they were not used to it, but they returned to normal after a few breaths. Those who had reached the zenith heaven golden immortal realm did not care at all, let alone those who had reached the innumerable tribulation true immortal realm. However, the sudden appearance of a source of demonic chi in the heavenly court made the current lord of the heavenly court feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 2278. Compared to this loss of face, the closing of the passageway between the demon realm and the immortal realm was still going on. This was something that all the cultivators in the immortal realm were worried about. This was definitely not an earthquake. Even though the entire ground was shaking, this was not an earthquake in the ordinary sense. Rather, the entire immortal realm was shaking. At this moment, friends and foes alike put down what they were doing and stared at the shaking of the entire immortal realm, not knowing what was going on. Compared to the shaking of the entire immortal realm, the people in the spirit realm felt it more deeply. All of a sudden, the sky and earth changed color. The ground under their feet seemed to have suddenly turned into soft dough, constantly changing shape. This feeling was even more despairing than when the sky and earth were turned upside down. Even though some experts tried to use their cultivation to stabilize the ground under their feet, the despair-inducing power coming from the ground bluntly lifted these experts into the air. The ground was like a piece of low-quality cloth, constantly being torn into huge cracks. At this moment, all the rivers were flowing backwards, rushing back from the estuary to the source. All the lakes were huge whirlpools, and the strong currents threw out all the creatures inside. As for the sea, it had turned into a terrifying country of raging waves. There was no place that was calm. Even in the deep-sea area where Yang Chen and others were located, there was also a tumultuous movement. Countless marine creatures were now all lifted into the air, and more marine creatures had not yet had time to fly into the air, and were turned into fragments. Even Yang Chen's 5 elements dragon palace was powerless in the face of the might of the world. Fortunately, Yang Chen had been warned long ago, so he flew into the air from the very beginning, barely avoiding the wave that caused the most commotion at the beginning. Even so, the 5 elements dragon palace seemed to be tossing about in the wind and waves, fluctuating unsteadily. It was the same for the Mountain River geographical map and the Demon Realm. It was only a quarter of an hour after Big Brother Li Cheng locked the passageway to the Demon Realm that the intense movement reached the Demon Realm. Watching the Sea of Devil Qi turn into the most turbulent tsunami, Yang Chen finally understood how severe the turbulence Li Cheng had mentioned was. Fortunately, they were well prepared. 24 Penglai Divine Wood Demons formed 2 sets of 12 Yuanshan Sea Suppression formations. One group was in the Dragon Palace, and the other group was in the geographical map of mountains and rivers. This barely allowed the 5 elements Dragon Palace and the geographical map of mountains and rivers to maintain the balance. It was not as chaotic as the outside, so that Yang Chen's family and the guests inside could still maintain the correct posture. Of course, a large number of practitioners could barely maintain their calmness. Almost all the cultivators and natives of the spiritual realm were stunned. The initial tremors caused the deaths of millions of natives, and even those who were still alive were all injured. More than half of the cultivators were injured, and the remaining half were experts at the Heaven Immortal or Xian Immortal level. Yang Chen didn't know what was going on in the Immortal world and the Mortal world, but he guessed that it wouldn't be small. No wonder Brother Li Cheng would remind him so carefully. This method of changing the world really had a huge impact. In Yang Chen's view, Brother Li Cheng's current method was no different from changing the world. It cut off the demon realm that the heavenly court had set up for many years. It was even more shocking than Yang Chen refining the demon realm. At least Yang Chen understood that those who could do something to the passage were not just those with high cultivation. The turbulence of the 3 realms lasted for a whole day before it slowly subsided. No one knew what had happened, even the new Jade Emperor in the Heavenly Court didn't understand. Somewhere in the Heavenly Court, a formation went out of control. This was the only reason they found it for the time being. As for why this formation went out of control, no one knew. In addition, what the new Jade Emperor couldn't understand was that there was no record of this formation in the entire Heavenly Court. In other words, no cultivator in the entire Heavenly Court knew what this formation was for. No one knew how long it had been since such an embarrassing thing happened, but everyone understood. After all, when the old Heavenly Court was overthrown, those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be exiled were exiled. Now, there were no cultivators of the old Heavenly Court in the Heavenly Court, so it was normal that they didn't know. But now that something like this had happened, they couldn't blame anyone. The only thing the new Heavenly Court could do was to dismantle the formation. This was because the formation was still emitting demonic aura from afar. Although this level of Devil Qi had no effect on the cultivators in the Heavenly Court, it was Devil Qi after all. The dignified Heavenly Court couldn't become the source of Devil Qi. If it was spread out, wouldn't the Heavenly Court become a place of evil? This was something that the new Heavenly Court couldn't tolerate, so they could only solve it secretly. However, he didn't expect the formation to be so strong and complicated that he didn't know how to dismantle it without resorting to brute force. This problem alone made the new Jade Emperor and his ministers discuss for a whole day. Then, they sent hundreds of infinite tribulation true immortals to dismantle the formation violently. It was a rare move. Since the heavenly court was overthrown, they rarely sent out so many experts. The hundreds of experts were selected from hundreds of big sect, and almost all of them were from the first-class sect. This was the attitude of the new heavenly court, that they didn't want to hide anything from the people, but only the higher-ups of the sect knew about it. Even so, hundreds of infinite tribulation true immortals took turns to attack the formation, but they couldn't do anything to it. In the end, hundreds of infinite tribulation true immortals joined forces to attack one point of the formation. Only then did they destroy a small corner of the formation. Then, they used this small corner as a breakthrough point to expand their victory bit by bit. It took them almost half a year to completely dismantle the huge, complicated, and strong formation. The moment the formation was dismantled, all the cultivators in the three realms felt something different. No one could tell what it was, but they vaguely felt that it was a little heavy. No one knew how it would affect their future cultivation. In the end, the new heavenly court didn't understand the function of the formation. Moreover, after it was dismantled, there was no strange trace left, which was really puzzling. The new heavenly court could only send a few formation experts to study it slowly, and then they left it at that. Gong Sunling and the Mountain River geographical map could finally start to refine the last Devil Realm without any scruples. However, there was still more than half of the Devil Chi Sea. It would probably take dozens of years to completely refine the Devil Realm. At this point, the Mountain River geographical map finally became a real world. Chapter 2279. The Mountain River geographical map no longer had any worries. With the help of the Living Soil Flying Sword and the 9 Nether Flying Sword, it frantically refined the newly grown land, and also refined the last territory of the Demon Realm. The Demon Chi Sea was also rapidly reduced under the efforts of the third primordial spirit and Gong Sunling, and the final success was in sight. Decades later, at a certain moment, the growth process of the living soil absorbing the Demon Chi suddenly stopped, and the 9 Nether Flying Sword could not absorb any Demon Chi from the last Demon Realm. Could it be that the Demon Chi Sea had been absorbed? The Living Soil Flying Sword and the 9 Nether Flying Sword were both Yang Chen's flying sword. At this moment, Yang Chen noticed it in an instant, and then the next moment, he appeared next to the 9 Nether Flying Sword. The original thousands of miles of Demon Chi Sea had completely disappeared at this moment, and not a drop of Demon Chi liquid could be seen. However, the news from the third primordial spirit was that the remaining Demon Realm space still could not be refined. In Yang Chen's eyes, there was only a small piece of black crystal stone in the center of the area, which was a dozen feet in radius. Yang Chen knew that the golden lock was somewhere under this rock. This was obviously the passage connecting the Demon Realm and the Immortal Realm. When he looked carefully, Yang Chen understood everything. These black crystal stones were solid magic crystals formed under great pressure by the Demon Chi. In fact, this was not an ordinary solid magical crystal. After the passage connecting the Devil World and the Immortal World was cut off, ordinary magical crystals had slowly evaporated due to the strong attraction of the living soil to the Devil Chi and were absorbed by the living soil. The remaining ones were completely the crystallization of Demon Chi that even the living soil could not absorb. Yang Chen had no way of knowing how these crystals were formed. He only knew that it must be related to the space passage connecting the Demon Realm and the Immortal Realm. So far, Yang Chen only had a little understanding of the relationship between space, and he could not imagine what mysterious power caused all this. If the remaining magic cores were not removed, the Demon Realm would not be able to refine them. However, when Yang Chen tried to use the merit ring to collect these magic cores, he found that it was impossible to do so. It wasn't that the merit ring couldn't hold them, but once the merit ring got close to the mana core, the space would become unstable. Yang Chen didn't dare to take the risk. Obviously, this was related to the spatial passageway. But even the merit ring, a spatial magic treasure from the immortal world, was powerless against it, so it was probably impossible to use other Qianquan bags. Fall short at the last step? This was not Yang Chen's style. Can I ask Big Brother Li Cheng? However, if he were to consult Big Brother Li Cheng when he encountered a problem, he would probably be looked down upon by Big Brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen didn't want that to happen. Brother Li Cheng had already solved the spatial connection. Did they have to look for him for such a small problem? The breathing soil flying sword couldn't absorb the slightest bit of devil chi when it was placed directly on these magic cores. The 9 nether flying sword also couldn't do anything, although the 9 nether flying sword was now so thick that it was about to turn into liquid. This gave Yang Chen a little headache. How should he deal with it? Fortunately, Yang Chen wasn't that kind of stubborn. Since these magic cores near the spatial passageway would cause spatial instability, he just needed to find a way to completely isolate these magic cores. The Immortal Beheading Saber had already refined the entrance of the Immortal Beheading Platform and the mouth of the corpse. Under the superposition of the two, a small piece of the huge irregular magic core, which was originally connected as a whole, was cut off. Then, Yang Chen used the 9 nether flying sword to wrap it completely and then tried to put this small piece into the merit ring. Unfortunately, the 9 nether flying sword was in the form of a mist, so it didn't reach that degree of wrapping completely. There was still some aura that could leak out. The merit ring could still be affected, but the effect was much smaller. This showed that this method was effective. Yang Chen tried to wrap it with the breathing soil flying sword. Unfortunately, the breathing soil flying sword was not a flying sword that could be easily deformed, so it was not applicable. With some kind of dense liquid, Yang Chen tried to wrap it with the 6th earth spiritual liquid, which had the same attribute as the 9 nether flying dust, but it was a pity that the 6th earth spiritual liquid was directly absorbed and could not form an effective seal. Ordinary liquids such as water and wine would evaporate when touched. Even the 4 seas mysterious coral liquid could not do it. Yang Chen tried all the liquids on his body, but he didn't find anything suitable. Finally, after thinking about it, he suddenly thought of something. Maybe he could try it. The 9th water flying sword, one of the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, was refined by Yang Chen from the poisonous black liquid of the root of the ultimate demonized demon vine collected in the core of the demon continent. Because this flying sword was highly poisonous and corrosive, it would cause trouble if it was seen by the righteous people. Yang Chen basically did not use it. Except for using it once when dealing with old insect, he rarely used it in battle. This 9th water flying sword has never been particularly strengthened. The strong poison and corrosiveness are already very powerful, so there is no need to be too vicious. Moreover, it was originally produced in the magical energy, so it may be useful. The black liquid itself was a liquid. It directly wrapped the small piece of magic crystal core, and then Yang Chen tried to collect it with the merit ring. This time there was no problem. The black liquid effectively isolated the influence of the magic crystal core in the space, and it could be safely collected in the merit ring. After discovering this, Yang Chen also showed a smile on his face. No longer hesitating, he used the beheading immortal blade to cut off all the magic crystal cores one by one, and then commanded the 9th water flying sword to wrap these magic crystal cores. There were not many magic crystal cores. At best, it was only a dozen square feet, and then there was a thickness of tens of feet. The 9th water flying sword could still wrap them all. When Yang Chen collected all the magic crystal cores, he saw the golden lock refined by Big Brother Li Cheng. The golden lock had completely cut off the connection between the two spaces. It seemed to have exhausted all of its power, and it no longer had that kind of aura it had at the beginning. It looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary lock in the mortal world, except that its color was still that golden. Even if the golden lock has become like this, Yang Chen did not dare to move it easily and let the golden lock stay in that place. If the space channel was opened again because of his own curiosity, it was not something that Yang Chen wanted to see. At this point, there was basically no suspense in the remaining space of the Devil Realm. The third primordial spirit spent about half a year on the Golden Lock, and the entire Devil Realm was completely integrated into the geographical map of the mountains and rivers. At this point, the Devil Realm completely disappeared. Compared with the movement of the last space channel, the complete refining of the Devil Realm did not cause any turbulence. It seemed very calm. However, hidden under this calmness, whether it was Gong Sunling, the third primordial spirit, or the mountain river geographical map, they all had earth-shaking qualitative changes. Chapter 2280. The mountain river geographical map had truly created a world, and it was a huge world, several times larger than the vast and boundless demon realm. This was all the credit of the living soil. Under the stimulation of the Devil Chi Sea, the space grown by the living soil was 5 times larger than the original demon realm. The living soil flying sword itself had also become thousands of pounds, all of which were composed of the purest living soil flying sword. Yang Chen didn't even have to try to know that the power of this sword was no less than that of the Blood Phantom Vine flying sword. Because of controlling a real world, the third primordial spirit has gradually broken away from the concept of a spirit, and has really become a master of the heavenly way. The 3 dragon spirits also began to slowly take over the work of the third primordial spirit, acting as the spirit of the weapon. Because of the qualitative change of the life source magic weapon, Gong Suanling's cultivation was really successful and rushed straight to the peak of Xian Immortal. Among the women, except for Zhou Xianying, who was originally at the peak of Xian Immortal, she was superior to her family. Yang Chen's whole family had reached the realm of Xian Immortal. The highest Zhou Xianying had reached the level of Golden Immortal, and the others were hovering in the middle and late stage of Xian Immortal. Only Yang Chen's cultivation was still the lowest, only at the early stage of Xian Immortal. As if pinching a time, when the demon realm was completely refined, elder brother Li Qing appeared in front of Yang Chen. He looked up and down at Yang Chen, nodded with satisfaction, and praised, "Good job. Big brother's guidance is indispensable." Yang Chen accepted elder brother Li Qing's praise with a smile, and at the same time, he did not forget to give elder brother Li Qing a high hat. Obviously, elder brother Li Qing was very happy and naturally accepted the high hat, and did not pretend to be modest. "By the way, what did you do with the last magic crystal stones?" After Li Qing and Yang Chen each drank a few cups of wine to celebrate, Li Qing said, "Those magic crystal stones should be very troublesome, especially those near the edge of the passageway. I'm afraid ordinary spatial magic treasures won't be able to store them, and it won't be easy to refine them in a short period of time." It seemed that big brother Li Qing already knew that there would be trouble, but he didn't say anything. He was probably waiting for Yang Chen to ask. He didn't expect Yang Chen to solve the problem quietly. This made big brother Li Qing very satisfied. If he needed to take action when something happened, he would probably not be happy either. Yang Chen didn't hide anything. He directly told him how he thought about it, tried it, and finally solved it. After he finished speaking, he saw an incredulous look on brother Li Qing's face. "What, is there a problem?" Yang Chen hurriedly asked, although he had already collected those magic cores into his merit ring, but he must always use the 9-water flying sword to wrap them, otherwise they would become time bombs. Big brother Li Qing's expression, could it be that the way I handled it was wrong? Big brother Li Qing didn't answer immediately, but looked at Yang Chen up and down several times, as if he wanted to see through all of Yang Chen. Finally, he was surprised and sighed, "How can your luck be so good?" Hearing big brother Li Qing say so, Yang Chen's heart immediately fell into his stomach. Good luck was obviously not a bad thing. It seemed that he was lucky and found the right solution by coincidence. It's not particularly right. Big brother Li Qing faced Yang Chen's pride and gave Yang Chen a small blow. It's pure dog shit luck. Let's see what changes there are in your flying sword. Yang Chen followed big brother Li Qing's reminder and quickly checked the 9-water flying sword in his merit ring. Sure enough, there were some small changes in the flying sword, but it was not particularly obvious and very slight. If he didn't carefully investigate it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find it for a while. In the 9-water flying sword, there was actually a strong aura of devil chi. At first, Yang Chen thought that it was the aura of the magic cores, but later he found out that it was the aura of the 9-water flying sword. This aura was not the same as ordinary devil chi, but it carried a kind of spatial aura. If Yang Chen hadn't refined the entrance of the beheading Immortal platform and the entrance of the corpse disposal, and was familiar with the different spatial aura, he wouldn't have found it for a while. This spatial aura was obviously the aura of the channel connecting the demon world and the immortal world. He didn't know why it was sealed in those magic cores, and the ancestor appeared in the 9-water flying sword. When he checked the magic cores again, Yang Chen understood something. Those magic cores in the 9-water flying sword actually had a little dissolution, but this dissolution process was very slow. It had been almost a year, but only a thin layer had been dissolved. But although it was slow, it was still constantly dissolving, and he believed that one day, all of them would be completely dissolved in the 9-water flying sword. What surprised Yang Chen the most was that although the dissolved spatial aura had affected the 9-water flying sword, it did not have the slightest effect on the merit ring. This made Yang Chen worried that the dissolution would cause the merit ring to be unable to be stored, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry. It was conceivable that in the future, when all the magic cores were completely dissolved in the 9-water flying sword, the 9-water flying sword, in addition to the original highly toxic and corrosive properties, would increase the special effect of the devil chi attack, and would also increase the power of space cutting. This was a real unexpected surprise. Even this kind of expedient measure could hit the mark by a fluke. No wonder elder brother Li Qing said that Yang Chen had good luck. What kind of dog *t luck was this? This was simply a stroke of good fortune. 600 years to completely refine the demon realm, 400 years faster than the Zhao family. Not bad, not bad. Elder brother Li Qing didn't care how good Yang Chen's luck was. What he cared about was that he had grabbed 400 years before the Zhao family, which was enough for him to carry out the next step of his plan. This was what he was really satisfied with. What do we do next? Yang Chen asked. Now that the demon realm had been refined, they could go out and directly kill the mysterious heaven sect without any scruples. The only thing they were afraid of was delaying the fight against the Zhao family, so Yang Chen still asked elder brother Li Qing for advice. Right now, it's not us who are anxious, but the Zhao family. Elder brother Li Qing said with a smile. We have already grabbed the initiative. Now we don't need to do anything, just wait for the Zhao family to make a move. Didn't you fancy the mysterious heaven sect's business? Wait slowly, maybe you will get what you want soon. Then what should we do with the demonic energy? Yang Chen asked a more practical question. Although the growing soil had absorbed a lot of demonic energy, the demonic energy had not disappeared. Instead, it had been sealed in the newly grown land. This had to be solved, and they couldn't just let it go. There are so many cultivators in your mountain river geographical map, and almost half of them are demonic cultivators. What are you worried about? Take it slow. Compared to Yang Chen, elder brother Li Qing was more open-minded. I don't know how many years of accumulated demonic energy, but don't think that you can solve it all by yourself. With so many demonic cultivators, the demonic energy will slowly be consumed. After a long time, it will eventually reach a balance. Chapter 2281. Since the demon realm had been refined, there was no need for Yang Chen and the others to hide in this deep sea area to continue cultivating. Previously, they did not want anyone to disturb the process of refining the immortal beheading platform and the demon realm. Now that the two had been refined, they could naturally leave. Brother Li Qing said that they could wait slowly and there was no need to hurry. Yang Chen was not in a hurry to rush back to Chunyang Palace, so the journey back seemed to be much more comfortable. On the blue sea, an unusually gorgeous ship was slowly moving forward. The speed of the ship was not fast, and there were not many people on it. It seemed that there was only a man and two maids. The man was sitting at the bow of the ship, slowly drinking wine, and the two maids were serving him on both sides. The man was naturally Yang Chen. He had now resumed the habit of drinking wine alone on the ship. Not far from the side of the ship, there was a fishing rod carved with jasper. The transparent silk ribbon-like fishing line on the fishing rod was far away on the sea, as if it was still enjoying the pleasure of fishing in the sea. The ship was moving very slowly, almost at the same speed as an ordinary person walking. At this speed, it would take at least 100 years to rush back to the parting hatred sea on the side of Chunyang Palace. The process of cultivating with the primordial heaven elixir had not stopped. Because of the characteristics of the primordial heaven elixir, it was impossible for everyone to use up the primordial heaven elixir before their cultivation reached the level of true immortal. Now, every little bit of cultivation improvement might be able to save one more life in the future. No one would slack off. Most of the women were cultivating in the Dragon Palace and the geographical map of Mountain River. Yang Chen was just a cover that appeared in front of everyone. There was no need for him to hide his whereabouts now. A cultivator from an unknown sect appeared in the range of Yang Chen's divine senses. Yang Chen's divine senses did not extend too far, so when he found the other party must have also found him. Now the cultivator was flying in the direction of Yang Chen at a high speed. Yang Chen had already stopped the ship and was quietly waiting for the cultivator to arrive. In the years that followed, Yang Chen had noticed cultivators from various sects coming over to investigate more than once. It was likely because they did not know the reason for the upheaval in the three realms. Thus, they had sent out cultivators from all over the world to find out the reason. The cultivator in front of him must have come to this godforsaken place for this reason. The cultivator who rushed over was a disciple of an ordinary sect with a cultivation base at the heavenly immortal stage. Without a cultivation base at the heavenly immortal stage, it would be impossible for anyone to venture too far into the depths of the ocean. Additionally, they would not be able to obtain any useful information. Originally, he thought that he would return empty-handed, but he suddenly discovered an interesting phenomenon. Starting from a certain place, the vast ocean no longer had any formidable sea beasts. It was as though none of the powerful sea beasts that could threaten cultivators had disappeared. This was very strange, and it could only be explained by one situation. There was an even more powerful existence in a certain large area, and that was why these sea beasts were scared away. Just as he was hesitating whether he should leave immediately to avoid provoking a powerful and unknown expert, he suddenly found traces of Yang Chen. This time, he immediately calmed down and rushed over to Yang Chen. A cultivator who could expel all the sea beasts would definitely not be a match for him with his cultivation base. Therefore, Yang Chen's appearance at this time meant that he did not have any evil intentions. It seemed that he had something to discuss with him. That was why the cultivator who rushed over was so sure. Yang Chen was indeed looking for this guy to discuss something with. It had been more than 600 years since he left Chunyang Palace. During these 600 years, Yang Chen almost did not know what had happened outside. Since a cultivator came over, he could ask about it. The moment his eyes saw Yang Chen, the cultivator suddenly could not believe his eyes. He actually noticed that he seemed to be seeing things. Two female attendants at the heavenly immortal realm were serving a man whose cultivation he couldn't discern but was absolutely not at the mysterious immortal realm. This scene seemed to be so amusing and unbelievable. The golden body incantation had really reached the advanced level. In these hundreds of years, Yang Chen's temperament seemed to have changed. Not to mention the improvement of his cultivation base, the golden body incantation also brought another characteristic. That was, it made it impossible for others to directly judge Yang Chen's cultivation base. This was the effect of Kwa Yi's secret skill and the heaven and earth treasure cultivation technique. Kwa Yi's secret skill made the essence of Yang Chen's whole body converge, while the heaven and earth treasure cultivation technique refined Yang Chen's body like a magic weapon. The real top-grade magic weapons were not those shining things, they were all simple and unadorned without exception. Yang Chen's body looked like this now. Although it had not completely covered up Yang Chen's breath, it was enough to make others unable to judge his real cultivation base. As for the two maids, they were at the Xian Immortal level, but the glamorous spirit incantation they cultivated had always been the best illusionary method, so it was easy for them to cover up their cultivation base. Sitting on a luxurious ship, with beautiful maids serving him, drinking and enjoying himself, there seemed to be only one person in the legends of the spiritual realm for nearly 1,000 years. What made this cultivator a little unbelievable was that the man was clearly in the Valley of No Return. How could he suddenly appear on the deep sea where no one could tread? "Excuse me, are you Master Yang Chen?" Although he was not sure, the cultivator still asked with deep doubts. He really could not think of anyone else who could take out such a gorgeous magic treasure-level ship. "Yes, I am. May I ask your excellency?" Yang Chen decisively admitted his identity directly, and regardless of the other party's stunned expression after hearing it, he asked the other party's identity. The cultivator revealed his identity in a dreamlike manner. Even now, the cultivator with the surname Ho could not believe what he had just heard. "Master, aren't you in closed-door cultivation in the Valley of No Return?" Ho Jiarong did not care if it was rude. He quickly asked Yang Chen, "Why are you here?" If everyone knew where they were in closed-door cultivation, would they still be able to stay in closed-door cultivation? Yang Chen said to Ho Jiarong with a smile. Whether it was true or false, he would not reveal his background to outsiders. Ho Jiarong had a look of sudden realization. He seemed to have understood. Thinking about it, if he wanted to go into closed-door cultivation, he would not want others to know where he was. Even if he revealed a location to the outside world, it would be a trick to mislead others. Previously, Yang Chen made everyone think that he was in the Valley of No Return, but his real body was in the sea where no one could tread. It was indeed a brilliant trick. Many cultivators in the spiritual realm were familiar with Yang Chen's information. Before he went into closed-door cultivation, he was at the Earth Immortal level. Even if he went into closed-door cultivation for 600 years, his cultivation base could not exceed the Heaven Immortal level. This made Ho Jiarong feel assured that even if Yang Chen had two elementary Heaven Immortal maids by his side, they could not pose any threat to him. Chapter 2282. After discovering this, Ho Jiarong was not as nervous and cautious as before, and he relaxed a lot. The tone and content of his speech were also much more comfortable. Yang Chen invited him to drink, and Ho Jiarong did not refuse. The two drank happily under the service of the two maids. During the dinner, Yang Chen did not hide his purpose. He told Ho Jiarong straightforwardly that he just wanted to know a little about what had happened in the past 600 years from his mouth. Of course, there would be a big reward. This was the benefit that Yang Chen gave him without concealing. For Ho Jiarong, this was like a pie falling from the sky. Everyone in the spiritual world knew that Yang Chen's 6th-grade Ganoderma lucidum pill was the best medicine in the world. As long as he simply talked about the things that had happened in the past few years, Ho Jiarong did not know where to laugh until now. As long as Yang Chen went to a place with cultivators, he could find out what had happened in the past few hundred years. This was not a secret. Therefore, the benefits that Yang Chen promised were free for Ho Jiarong. Why not? A lot of things had happened in the past 600 years. Ho Jiarong started from the major events and talked about them one by one. From the Xiantian sect's Lin Zongxuan being killed by a human immortal slave, to the counterattack of the Zhao family in various sects, to the siege of several sects such as Misty Mountain by the masters of the Zhao family, to the heavy casualties of the reborn masters, and so on, Ho Jiarong said everything. Although Ho Jiarong did not know the true identity of Lin Zongxuan and that there was a golden immortal from the mortal world among the reborn masters who died in Misty Mountain, these things could not be concealed, and they were all spread to the outside world. Basically, Yang Chun knew about the previous things, and he only wanted to know what happened later. Ho Jiarong also knew that Yang Chun must be very concerned about Chunyang Palace, so he also focused on some things about Chunyang Palace. In these years, Chunyang Palace had really taken root in the spiritual world and became a real first-class sect. With a solid territory, hundreds of thousands of disciples, a sufficient number of experts, and the determination to die, that was enough. However, Chunyang Palace did not have much ambition, at least not in the past few years. They had been developing in the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and Parting Hatred Sea, never crossing the border. Even the disciples who went out to gain experience rarely caused trouble. All the sect members had a good impression of the disciples of Chunyang Palace. No matter from which point of view, Chunyang Palace was also a thriving sect. Ho Jiarong's words made Yang Qin very happy. He drank a few more glasses of wine with him. Then, she listened to him talk about what had happened in each sect. Of course, the biggest thing that happened in the spiritual realm recently was the upheaval of the entire spiritual realm. None of the sects knew what happened, but the upheaval was too soul-stirring. In the face of the might of the world, all the cultivators felt like they were weak ants that could be crushed by the pinky of the world at any time. Just this turmoil alone had allowed many cultivators to have a deeper understanding of cultivation. In the past few decades, many cultivators had gone into seclusion. Although Ho Jiarong's sect was not very outstanding, Ho Jiarong himself knew a lot of things. If Ho Jiarong had not had this kind of ability to inquire about information, he would not have been sent to investigate the cause of the turmoil in the spiritual world. Several super sects' important figures seemed to have died one after another. Although Ho Jiarong did not know who had died, he knew a few of the sect's higher-ups. All of them looked like they had lost their parents, which made people have to doubt the identity of those big shots. Yang Chun had an answer in his heart. The big shots who died must be the golden immortal experts in the mortal world. Otherwise, the death of one or two Xian immortal experts in the sect would not be enough to move the big shots in the sect. The death of the golden immortal experts also meant that the Zhao family must have exerted its strength in the demon realm. He just did not know how long the great all-embracing golden immortal Zhou Xing could last in the spiritual world, and what kind of backup plans the major sect had. Perhaps the relationship between Chunyang Palace and the Xiantian sect was already very bad on the surface, so after Ho Jiarong talked about some major events, he suddenly lowered his voice mysteriously and began to talk about some things related to the Xiantian sect. The Xiantian sect had become more and more unpopular in the past few years. No one knew what sect Master Li was doing, but he had been in seclusion. Under the indiscriminate command of the acting sect Master Wu, the Xiantian sect had completely lost its prestige as the #1 Dao sect in the past. Yes, even Ho Jiarong, an ordinary cultivator of the sect, bluntly said in front of Yang Qin that sect Master Wu was commanding indiscriminately. Perhaps it was a series of mistakes that made the foundation of sect Master Wu's control of the Xiantian sect more and more unstable. Under the premise that he was anxious to become the nominal leader of the sect, sect Master Wu carried out a very cruel purge of the Xiantian sect. It was rare in the entire history of the Xiantian sect. The scale of the purge was huge, and the scope was wide. Ho Jiarong, an outsider, had already seen it clearly. This was a struggle for power within the sect to eradicate dissidents. It had nothing to do with dealing with the Zhao family. Coincidentally, the knife that sect Master Wu chose to purge the disciples of the sect happened to be Chunyang Palace. He sent at least a dozen groups of conspirators who were related to the attack on Chunyang Palace that year. Master, some words may be too deep for a shallow acquaintance. Hou Jiarong was in high spirits. He didn't care that he had just met Yang Chen and said bluntly, Chunyang Palace has killed many experts of the Xiantian sect over the years. In the future, if Sect Master Li of the Xiantian sect comes back again, I'm afraid that Chunyang Palace will face a disaster. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Ho. Yang Chen smiled and thanked him. What he wanted to know more was how far Sect Master Wu had gone and how confident he was in taking over the Xiantian sect. Speaking of which, Sect Master Wu was really righteous when it came to fighting against the Zhao family. However, he always rushed to be the first, and he did find and kill many spies of the Zhao family. However, it was also because of this that he was increasingly not favored in the eyes of the sect. This guy's habit of eating alone was too heavy. His style was overbearing, and he relied on the righteousness of fighting against the Zhao family to point fingers at the major sect. He simply didn't put the other sect in his eyes. From the big and small things that Hou Jiarong knew, Yang Chen had already sorted out a clear clue. It seemed that Yang Lan did a very good job. Even Hou Jiarong, an ordinary disciple of the sect, felt that the Xiantian sect was a bit too much, so the major sect must be full of complaints. However, because there was no result on Zhou Xing's side, it was not good to turn hostile all of a sudden. If something happened to Zhou Xing, he was afraid that after the Zhao family was destroyed, the first thing that the major sect would deal with would be the Xiantian sect. Master, I wonder what the results of your retreat over the years are. After excitedly telling Yang Chen what he knew, Hou Jiarong seemed to ask casually and asked Yang Chen. Chapter 2283. When Yang Chen took out a 7th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill as a thank-you gift, there was a moment when Hou Jiarong really wanted to make a move. The news that Master Yang Chen actually became a 7th-grade alchemist master was not unexpected for Hou Jiarong. It was not a surprising news for the entire spiritual world. Everyone seemed to think that it was a matter of course. It was certain that Yang Chen could become a 7th-grade alchemist master. The only difference was that it was a matter of time. In other words, becoming a 7th-grade alchemist master was not a surprise. It was a surprise that he could not become a 7th-grade alchemist master. This also meant that Yang Chen must have a lot of 7th-grade medicinal pills on him. Every single one of them would be worth an immeasurable amount of wealth in the outside world. Similarly, Yang Chen himself was a rich man. The news that tens of millions of kilograms of top-grade spirit stones were shown at the auction of the Samsara Valley had spread everywhere. It was conceivable how huge the wealth on this ship would be. Another thing that tempted people was the harvest in the Valley of No Return. Everyone knew that Yang Chen entered the Valley of No Return at the beginning, but no one knew when Yang Chen's family came out. Now basically, the cultivators in the spiritual world did not regard the Valley of No Return as a dangerous place, and they could enter and exit at will. As long as they were careful and not be disturbed by the killing intent inside, they could basically come and go freely in the Valley of No Return. But no one knew what it was like in the past, and what Yang Chen's family got in the end, no one knew. But one thing was certain, based on the history of Master Yang Chen, he would never return empty-handed. In other words, Yang Chen's family had a huge amount of wealth. Moreover, the cultivation base of their family seemed to be at the early heaven immortal stage, which was not too high. If they made a move, they might have a great chance. Hou Jiarong didn't know how he forcibly suppressed the thought of making a move. Perhaps it was because he considered that only 2 of Yang Chen's concubines had appeared and that Yang Chen's family had a huge advantage in numbers. After that, Hou Jiarong didn't stay for long. He told Yang Chen everything he knew and left the ship quickly after enjoying the hospitality of Yang Chen. His speed was very fast, as if there was a ferocious beast chasing after him. As they watched Ho Jiarong leave, one of Yang Chen's concubines suddenly said, "Husband, he wanted to make a move just now. Do you want me to?" "No need." Yang Chen shook his head and looked in the direction where Ho Jiarong disappeared. He smiled and said, "Didn't he not make a move in the end? Leave the smart ones a way out." Yang Chen's family still maintained the same leisurely speed to the hatred parting sea, but it didn't take long for Master Yang Chen's family to appear on the sea. The news that Master Yang had become a 7th-grade alchemist spread as Ho Jiarong came into contact with more cultivators. The speed of the spread was so fast that people were stunned. After many disciples of the sect heard it, they immediately sent it back to the sect as the highest level of information. Throughout the spiritual realm, countless cultivators began to look forward to it. When would Master Yang's 7 cycles spirit pill have a chance to be on the market? Not to mention anything else, things that could save lives must be stored as strategic resources. However, there were many cultivators who wanted to go the proper way, but there were also many cultivators who went the crooked way. There were many cultivators who were as tempted as Ho Jiarong, and there were even more who put it into practice. From what Ho Jiarong said, the cultivation of Yang Chen's family was not particularly high. In the past, the highest cultivation in Yang Chen's family was Zhou Xianying, followed by Lady Fanghua and 30 concubines, but the highest cultivation was only in the fairy immortal realm. The others, including Yang Chen, were only in the earth immortal realm. Even after 600 years of seclusion, they were at most in the fairy immortal realm. If they wanted to, they could still have some ideas. Yang Chen had never hidden his whereabouts from Ho Jiarong, and the cultivators who heard the news also knew that Yang Chen's family was rushing to the hatred parting sea. From the location where Ho Jiarong met Yang Chen's family to the hatred parting sea, it was easy to guess the route of Yang Chen's family, as long as they prepared in advance on this route. Ho Jiarong made a lot of money just by selling the news of the specific location when he met Yang Chen's family. This made Ho Jiarong feel a little incredible, but it happened like this. Countless spirit stones and magic treasures were also stuffed in his Qiankuan bag. This was not fake. How good would it be if this kind of thing could happen many times? Ho Jiarong thought so in his heart. Unfortunately, there was only one chance. Ho Jiarong knew very well what the guys who came to buy the news were planning, but he did not say anything. He just needed to make a fortune in silence and take the opportunity to make a fortune. He didn't need to know what others would do, and he didn't need to care about it, lest he be killed. On the vast sea, on the immortal beheading saber in Yang Chen's hand, a trace of blood flowed on the blade, disappeared in a flash, and was instantly absorbed by the blood demon vine flying sword. The body, which had been cut in half, was directly thrown into the mountain river geographical map and became the spirit vein. The concubine next to him also took back her flying sword, and at the same time, threw a few bodies into the mountain river geographical map. This was the first wave of bandits along the way. Yes, they were just bandits, not even enemies. They were all after the wealth of Yang Chen's family, and had nothing to do with the Zhao family or the Xiantian sect. They just wanted to kill people and rob their wealth. If they were not bandits, what were they? The cultivation of the bandits was very high, and the worst one was at the fairy immortal level. The bandits also knew themselves. They were at the earth immortal level. They knew that there were at least 30 fairy immortals in Yang Chen's family, and they couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. Those who dared to show up were only fairy immortals and Xian immortals, and most of them were Xian immortals. On Yang Chen's side, not all the women came out. To deal with these bandits, there was no need for a large number of Xian immortals to come out. That would be too much. Whoever had the turn to be outside with Yang Chen that day would have to work together with their own husband. If they met, they were lucky, but if they didn't, no one envied them. After Ho Jiarong left, Yang Chen had expected such a day, so he was not surprised at all. It was good that these people jumped out of their own accord, so that Yang Chun could refine the immortal beheading saber. It had been a long time since Yang Chun said the mantra that every debt has its debtor. It was rare for so many people to jump out and let Yang Chun continue to familiarize himself with it. Perhaps it was because the previous few small-scale bandits had all failed, so the guys who came later became more vigilant. The bandits also knew to seek luck and avoid danger. As a result, many bandits gathered together, formed a large group of people, and swarmed to deal with Yang Chen's family. Anyway, with the legendary wealth of Master Yang, even if they had 10 times the number of people, it would be enough for everyone to become super rich. Chapter 2284. In just over a decade, Yang Chun has killed no less than 1,000 masters. There were only more than 100 celestial immortal masters, but there were more than 1,000 Xian immortal masters. The disciples of the major sect accounted for a small half of them, and most of them were cultivators of ordinary sect or rogue cultivators. Yang Chun sometimes really wanted to smile bitterly. With so many Xian immortal masters, it would be good to go out to deal with the Zhao family, but they just burned and looted for personal benefit. If they really took the common threat of the spiritual world seriously, how could they do such a thing that made the enemy happy? A bitter smile was a bitter smile, but Yang Chun was not merciful at all. Since they came to rob and kill, they must have the awareness of not being able to kill and be killed. When death was near, no matter how they kowtowed and begged for mercy, Yang Chun did not let go of any one of them. The reason why Ho Jiarong left safely with the intention to kill was that he refrained from doing it at the time, and secondly, Yang Chun wanted to draw out these guys who would do it, in order to let himself make a move and vent the annoyance that had accumulated over the years. He couldn't do it to his own people, and he didn't feel anything about killing the demonized monsters of the demon realm, so he vented his madness on these guys who wanted to rob and kill. For these guys, Yang Chun would not be soft-hearted at all. After killing this group of hundreds of cultivators, Yang Chun sat back at the wine table and accompanied Yang Chen's concubine, who killed people to pour wine for Yang Chun. The two of them drank very comfortably, as if the previous killing had not affected them at all. At this moment, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness shook slightly, and a weak thought came from the virtual sea of consciousness that wrapped Yang Shi's spiritual sense. It seemed to be asking about the result of the magic weapon that could kill the great principal golden immortal. The thought was disguised very cleverly. It seemed that Yang Chun would be proud after killing people and reveal the secret of his own killing weapon. The timing was just right, and the thought only appeared in his own mind, and he was not afraid of letting others know. This method of spying on secrets was brilliant. If it wasn't for Yang Chun, he would have fallen into Yang Lan's trap. This fully showed that at least one of the bandits was secretly controlled by Yang Lan. It seemed that after suffering enough in the Xiantian sect, Yang Lan had become smart enough. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit, applies to everyone. However, Yang Lan being able to do things to this point really made Yang Chun admire him secretly. This guy was simply an unkillable cockroach. Even in the Zhao family's environment, he could still secretly control so many experts. After all, amongst the bandits that attacked earlier, there were less than 5 at the heavenly immortal realm, and the other 100+ were all mysterious immortal realm experts. Sending a Xian immortal master to the door for Yang Chun to kill could only mean that the number of masters controlled by Yang Lan would definitely not be small. This guy must have heard that Yang Chen's family had come out of seclusion recently and sent someone to verify it. Yang Chun could easily kill the experts sent by Yang Lan. For Yang Lan, it meant that Yang Chun must have mastered some kind of killing weapon, and it was likely to be the magic weapon in the Valley of No Return. However, this guy was very careful. He had to confirm it with Yang Chun again. Killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Yang Chun passed such a thought to Yang Lan's divine sense imprint in the virtual sea of consciousness and gave Yang Lan a positive answer. It should be known that Yang Lan sent a Xian immortal level expert. Yang Chen actually said that it was killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It could be seen that the power of this magic weapon was extraordinary. For Yang Chen, this was the truth. A part of the immortal executioner stage could only kill a few Xian immortals. Of course, it was a waste. But for Yang Lan, it meant that he had a magic weapon that could kill a great principal golden immortal in his hands. When necessary, this was what he used to destroy the Xiantian sect and plot against the Zhao family. Yang Chen was very clear about Yang Lan's character. Although this guy was in the Zhao family, he would definitely not be loyal to the Zhao family. Yang Lan was a completely selfish guy. He would only plan for himself, even at the expense of his own sister. It was better to expect such a person to be grateful to the Zhao family and then repay them. It was more realistic to expect a pie to fall from the sky. Yang Lan's most likely approach was to use the Zhao family to destroy the Xiantian sect, and then take advantage of the moment when the Zhao family and the Xiantian sect were both injured to launch a plot and completely control the Zhao family's power. This was in line with Yang Lan's style. The idea that Yang Chen gave him was to make him firm in this idea, because he had enough confidence to deal with the masters of the Zhao family. Obviously, Yang Lan was a guy who could calm down. After knowing the power in Yang Chen's hands, there was no more movement. It was as if the moment just now was really what Yang Chen thought of because he killed someone. A smile also quietly appeared on Yang Chen's face. With Yang Lan, he could save at least half of Yang Chen's effort. He could deal with both the Xiantian sect and the Zhao family. Where could he find such a good labor force to help and take the initiative to work enthusiastically without complaint? He had killed a lot of bandits. More and more bandits appeared later, and the time interval was getting longer and longer. Perhaps the guys who used Yang Chen's brain knew that Yang Chen's family was not so easy to deal with, so there were fewer and fewer bandits appearing later. Knowing that they were hard to deal with, but still going up to bite them, wasn't that courting death? Now those guys who had moved their crooked minds also wanted to understand that they might not end up well. Instead, it was very likely that they would be in danger of being killed. Even their companions couldn't believe it. Who was not afraid that their head would be carried by a companion to Master Yang in exchange for some life-saving 7th-grade medicinal pills. Even if they couldn't get it, it would also be a great favor to Master Yang. There were no fools in being a bandit. Seeing that there were no more bandits coming, Yang Chen also knew that there would not be any good opportunities in the future, unless he was alone. In this case, Yang Chen no longer rushed back slowly, but sped up and went straight to the Lihan Sea. After entering the Lihan Sea for a few thousand miles, Yang Chen found that it was different. Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace had not returned for hundreds of years. In just a few hundred years, the Chunyang Palace had built a branch on the Lihan Sea. The spiritual veins that Yang Chen used to point out to the head of the palace basically had the Immortal's cave under the sea of Chunyang Palace. As a whole, it was really a scene of thriving and vigorous development. Without Yang Chen showing his identity, when they saw his signature ship, the disciples of Chunyang Palace respectfully invited their young palace master to rest in any Immortal's cave, and then sent someone to report to the head of the palace and several core elders. Yang Chen settled down in the Immortal's cave on the spiritual vein where Long Xian was lying, and the head of the palace and several elders had already rushed here, and the speed was very fast. Chapter 2285. The current Chunyang Palace was no longer the same as when everyone had just ascended to the spiritual world. Not to mention the size of the scale, just the posture of several core high-level travel was completely different. When Yang Chen left Chunyang Palace to go to the Valley of No Return, generally, the palace master only took 2 accompanying masters as bodyguards. But now when Yang Chen saw the palace master, not to mention the masters in the dark, just on the surface, there were more than a dozen of them. Old Bug no longer had to sit at the gate of Chunyang Palace. With the Earth Dragon, the gate of Chunyang Palace was absolutely as safe as Mount Tai. Old Bug had now become the palace master's bodyguard, and every time he went out, he would secretly follow. This was the right way, it was a little bit of the style of a big sect. Yang Chen secretly nodded in his heart. Seeing Yang Chen, several elders were also happy. When Yang Chen said that he was going to retreat, he did not tell them that he was going to the Valley of No Return. They didn't understand until the news spread. For this reason, they were very worried for a period of time. Even if they knew that Yang Chen would be fine, they were not relieved. After all, it was one of the 3 great danger zones in the spiritual world. It was not until the news from Ho Jiarong came out that Yang Chen appeared on the sea that everyone was relieved. As for whether Yang Chen's appearance would cause many people to secretly besiege him, the palace master did not care at all. Each of the women had a Xian Immortal master by her side, and there was also Lin Jingyuan. Even if they encountered a Xian Immortal master, they would be safe and sound. Everyone was very sure of this. Meeting again after more than 600 years, everyone was naturally happy again. The palace master and several elders were very concerned about Yang Chen's harvest this time. They thought that Yang Chen becoming a 7th-grade alchemist master was already a great harvest. They did not expect that the cultivation of Yang Chen's family had all easily broken through the Xian Immortal realm, which made them all stunned. When Yang Chen gave the Tianyuan pills that had been prepared for several elders, and then he told them about the origin of these Tianyuan pills, and at the same time, he also picked out his own duties in the heavenly court, several elders were directly stunned on the spot. He knew that Yang Chen definitely had secrets, but he didn't expect Yang Chen to have such a great background. He was involved with the heavenly court in the mortal world, and even held an official position. Even though they were all cultivators with extraordinary imaginations, they didn't expect such a shocking truth. What was even more unexpected was that the Valley of No Return was actually the place where the corpses of the immortal beheading platform were dumped. It was no wonder that the cultivators who entered never returned. Only Yang Chen could come and go freely. Presumably, those who easily entered the core of the Valley of No Return would never have the chance to come out again. These were highly confidential, and only a few of them knew about it. Everyone knew the depth of the situation and had a clear idea in their hearts. But for the future development of Chunyang Palace, they had more invisible confidence. The development of Chunyang Palace was also emphasized by the palace master. With the powerful Earth Dragon as the foundation, Chunyang Palace could develop unscrupulously on its own site. Recruiting disciples, opening a branch, a series of actions made Chunyang Palace expand more than 5 times in just a few hundred years. Although its strength was not as good as the super sect, it was already above average among the first-class sect. In dealing with the Zhao family, Chunyang Palace could not make too much effort because of the distance and strength. However, in dealing with the Xiantian sect, they did a lot. The number of traitorous disciples of the Xiantian sect that was sent over by the Xiantian sect master was no less than thousands. It had been announced that they were all killed, and it was still in the presence of people from the major sect. However, only the people from the Xiantian sect believed that they were killed, and the cultivators from other major sect were helping to cover it up. These disciples were all the confidants of sect Master Li. Under the arrangement of the Heavenly Dipper Great Elderly, these people had completely lost hope in the profound Heaven sect and directly turned to the Pure Yang Palace, loyal and devoted. Chunyang Palace had a lot of appearance pills. Even if Yang Chen was not there, Mo Chunmei could refine a strong enough appearance pill. After all these disciples of the Xiantian sect changed their appearance, they were temporarily low-key distributed in the Mountain Gate and various branches of Chunyang Palace. The Zhao family had been very restrained in recent years for some unknown reason. Even their nest was quietly dormant, and they never took the initiative to stir up trouble. The situation was on the defensive. The major sect tried to make a move several times, but it was all in vain. The more this was the case, the more uneasy the major sect was. It was just that there had been no news of the elders in the mortal world in the demon realm, and the major sect did not dare to easily go all out. The two sides formed such a balance. Next, Yang Chen's family returned to the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace and settled down. It didn't take long for Wanbao Tower to announce that a 7th Revolution pill refined by Master Yang would be auctioned, attracting countless cultivators. Obviously, this was because Grandmaster Yang had returned to the Pure Yang Palace. At this point, basically no cultivator dared to easily play with Grandmaster Yang. The spiritual realm seemed to have returned to the era where if someone dared to harm Master Yang, they would immediately be beheaded and sent to Chunyang Palace to claim credit. Countless people wanted to know what Master Yang got in the Valley of No Return, but no one dared to ask. What puzzled everyone was that in the square space entrance in the Valley of No Return, they could still see the ferocious broadsword on the double dragon bracket. Could it be that Master Yang did not succeed in the Valley of No Return at all? Many people speculated that Master Yang should have gained a lot in the periphery of the Valley of No Return. Many insiders analyzed from the point that Master Yang was an executioner. Just in the periphery of the Valley of No Return, feeling the killing intent could let Master Yang, an executioner, gain a lot. There was no need to go inside at all. This was now the mainstream view. After all, Yang Chen's reputation was only as an alchemist. He was unlikely to be more powerful than the experts who followed his family to enter later. Yang Chen's family came out, but those experts stayed inside. The only explanation was that Yang Chen did not enter the core of the Valley of No Return at all. Basically, this was the truth. Yang Chen did not enter the Immortal beheading platform. He did gain a lot in the periphery. It was just that many things were not known to outsiders, and the curious cultivators could only rely on guessing. In any case, the 7th Revolution pill released by Wanbao Tower once again caused a large wave of crazy pursuit. The medicinal pills that Grandmaster Yang refined had always been universally acclaimed. What made everyone go crazy was that Grandmaster Yang's pill refinement this time did not use his trademark dragon-shaped pill veins, and became very plain. This change made countless people start to wonder why. It was Wanbao Tower who took the initiative to explain that this was because Master Yang passed his original alchemy furnace to his female disciple Mo Chunmei, which led to the appearance of the dragon-shaped pill pattern on the pills. Chapter 2286. If Yang Chen was willing to pass his alchemy furnace to his disciple, it was his own business. What everyone cared about was whether the efficacy of the medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen would decline without his own alchemy furnace. But soon everyone had no more concerns. The 7th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, refined by Master Yang, was tested and it was definitely the best healing medicinal pill in the spiritual world. This was not a legend, nor was it the test result given by other alchemists, but the real curative effect of completely saving a dying person on the verge of life and death. Coincidentally, before Wanbao Tower introduced the 7th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill without dragon-shaped pill pattern, Ho Jiarong, who received a medicinal pill from Yang Chen as a thank-you gift, happened to meet a friend of his sect who was seriously injured and dying. The friend's injury was definitely so serious that he was almost going to die in the next moment. Even the best alchemist in Danding School invited by Ho Jiarong's sect shook his head and said that there was nothing he could do. It should be known that it was almost the best 7th grade alchemist who shook his head. Basically, at this point, this injury was incurable and the injured could only be left to fend for themselves. This alchemist even asserted that even with Master Yang's 6th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, it may not be able to save the injured's life. Ho Jiarong happened to be there. This guy was also loyal. After hearing the news, without saying anything, he immediately took out the 7th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill given to him by Yang Chen and stuffed it into his friend's mouth. When others saw that there was no dragon-shaped pill pattern on it, they would inevitably doubt whether it was personally refined by Master Yang, but Ho Jiarong had no doubt that this was personally given to him by Yang Chen. Master Yang had not fallen to the point of smashing his own signboard for Ho Jiarong, an ordinary fairy immortal cultivator. When the medicinal pill entered the stomach, the effect was practically immediate. The dying's serious injury immediately eased and stabilized, and then began to recover steadily. The medicinal effect was very mild, not overbearing at all. Watching the dying's serious injury recover little by little, everyone was glad that the injured had a friend like Ho Jiarong. At the same time, they were also glad that Ho Jiarong was lucky to meet Yang Chen at that time. Ho Jiarong was even more thankful that he had suppressed his desire to fight back then. He knew that those guys who had inquired about Grandmaster Yang's whereabouts had disappeared without a trace. He didn't even need to ask to know. The medicinal effect of this pill immediately spread. This was also due to the reputation of the seventh-grade alchemist. In addition to Yang Chen, that alchemist was also well known, and his judgment was basically not far from the truth. This also meant that the famous alchemist also believed that Grandmaster Yang's 7th Revolution Dan was much better than his original 6th Revolution Dan. No one would complain about having too many pills that could save their lives. The moment the 7th Revolution pills of Wanbao Tower were launched, it immediately caused a frenzy of panic buying. One had to know that this was an auction. The cultivators were fighting to be the first to bid, and the price was 10 times higher than the base price in an instant. Moreover, it was still rising. The first batch of hundreds of 7th Revolution Lingji mushroom J-Do pills were sold out in less than an hour. The cultivators who didn't manage to get their hands on the pills strongly requested Wanbao Tower to continue to supply them, which gave Elder Wu Xiong a headache. The auction at Wanbao Tower had just ended, and representatives of the major sect came one after another. When it came to buying Yang Chen's pills, the major sect had some privileges. They could directly get the pills from Yang Chen that could only be bought in auctions outside. However, that was all. Even if the major sect came forward, they couldn't get any discount on the price. They could only buy it at the highest price in the auction. Even so, the major sect still had to be grateful. Thousands of cultivators outside waved their spirit stones, but they couldn't find a place to buy it. In the past, Yang Chen had a good cooperation with the major sect, so this time was no exception. They easily reached an agreement and bought a batch of pills at the highest price in the recent auction. However, this cooperation agreement didn't include the Mysterious Heaven sect. The representative of the Mysterious Heaven sect didn't come to directly trade pills with Yang Chen. Instead, he invited Yang Chen to visit the Mysterious Heaven sect. The Mysterious Heaven sect's sect Master Wu and some other high-level members of the sect needed to ask Yang Chen some questions. Although it was an invitation, the representative of the Mysterious Heaven sect was very arrogant. That kind of arrogant expression wasn't fake. He said that he wanted to ask Yang Chen some questions, but he didn't need to ask to know that Yang Chen would definitely take the initiative to go to the door and accept the question. There was no courtesy to ask for advice at all. Yang Chen agreed to the request of the representative of the Mysterious Heaven sect. This representative was the confidant of sect Master Wu. He was very arrogant. Even in Chunyang Palace, he didn't give Yang Chen any face. The Mysterious Heaven sect has become more and more powerful recently. They have such an attitude in many exchanges. When the palace master talked to Yang Chen about this issue, he commented with some disdain, "They really regard the Mysterious Heaven sect as the leader of the Tao sects who gives orders. It is said that the same is true for other sects. Other sects are already very dissatisfied." The sect Master Wu was really beautiful. As long as he continued to maintain the style of the Taishaman in the mortal world, he believed that the Mysterious Heaven sect would become more and more alienated from everyone. Yang Chen came to the Mysterious Heaven sect with a lot of faith. Tao Junki, a pure disciple of the Mysterious Heaven sect, also came to the Mysterious Heaven sect with him. Everyone couldn't see Yang Chen's cultivation base clearly. They thought that he was still in the Earth Immortal realm, but Tao Junki's Xian Immortal cultivation base shocked the experts in the mysterious Heaven sect who knew the details of Tao Junki. What kind of situation could make a fairy immortal disciple reach the Xian Immortal middle stage in just a few hundred years? But thinking about it carefully, it was not impossible. Although everyone was surprised, no one asked. Except for the master who kowtowed, others could not easily inquire about other people's cultivation method. This was the rule of the cultivators. For Yang Chen, most of the disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect were still relatively respectful. No one was willing to offend the best alchemist in the spiritual world. However, when it came to Sect Master Wu, the attitude of Sect Master Wu was a bit like an interrogation. Why does the Zhao family have a master of the Dragon Clan? The first sentence of seeing Yang Chen, Sect Master Wu, was not a greeting or a courtesy, but a direct question. Along with Sect Master Wu, there were also several other high-level representatives of the Super Sect. They all smiled at Yang Chen. Hearing this question from Sect Master Wu, Yang Chen immediately turned his head to look at the high-level representatives of the sect who appeared with a face full of doubts. Was this a question? It must be known that when the Three River Alliance was destroyed, everyone knew that the Zhao family had a master of the Dragon Clan. Even the magic treasure used to deal with the dragon puppet was the Wood Dragon Palace with the dragon trapping array. How could Sect Master Wu not know such an obvious thing? In the next moment, Yang Chen understood that Sect Master Wu was unpopular. He was cheated by the other sect. Chapter 2287. The higher-ups of the major sect didn't change, so they naturally knew the situation back then. Because back then, the major sect held a big loot distribution meeting in the Wood Dragon Palace, and then gave the Dragon Palace to Yang Chen. The only one who didn't participate was Sect Master Wu. At that time, he was just an Earth Immortal Junior. He didn't even have the opportunity to participate in the battle to annihilate the Three River Alliance, let alone know the details of the distribution of loot. Sect Master Wu's way of doing things was very unlikable. The higher-ups of the major sect must have concealed this news. As for the inside of the Profound Heaven sect, the cultivators who knew about it were either cleaned up by Sect Master Wu as Sect Master Li's confidant, or like the Tiangang elders who didn't care about it. Who would take the initiative to talk to Sect Master Wu? This also fully showed how unpopular Sect Master Wu was in the hearts of the major sect. At the same time, this was also the effect that Yang Chen and Yang Lan hoped to see. Yang Chen was puzzled. Why would Sect Master Wu ask about this matter at this time? Could it be that the major sect had already fought with the Zhao family's Dragon Clan experts? Or was there another reason? The Zhao family has always had a Dragon Clan expert. Yang Chen's mind turned, but he replied without hesitation, "What's the fuss about it?" Sect Master Wu had a very bad impression of Yang Chen. This was not the current impression, but it had been like this for a long time. Especially when he was forced to send Hall Master Tong to give gifts to Yang Chen and say good words to ask for a life-saving medicinal pill. That was the most embarrassing moment for Sect Master Wu, although he didn't go to see Yang Chen in person. He was the dignified sect master of the Profound Heaven sect, with a high position and power. A little alchemist, how could he be obedient and do what he was told to do? But he actually wanted a big shot like him to please him. Since when did he become very unhappy with Yang Chen? This time, he had specially summoned Yang Chen with the intention of suppressing Yang Chen. He wanted to let the high-level representatives of the other sect see that even if Yang Chen was already the most powerful 7th-grade alchemist, he, Sect Master Wu, could still order Yang Chen to come and go as he pleased. Inviting Yang Chen to ask for guidance was the idea of all parties, but it was the Black Heaven sect who arranged it. It was no longer a secret that Yang Chen had colluded with the Dragon Clan. Therefore, if he wanted to know more about the Dragon Clan, he needed Yang Chen to communicate with the Dragon Clan. All the major sect hoped to treat them with courtesy and politely ask for advice, but Sect Master Wu didn't buy it. He questioned Yang Chun impolitely and directly treated him like a criminal. The reason why he asked about this was that the masters of the major sect who entered the monster realm with Zhou Xing had now returned one after another, and even Zhou Xing had returned to the profound heaven sect. In the past few years, he didn't know why the people of the Zhao family had gone crazy. They behaved abnormally manic and aggressive. Not to mention the masters of the Dragon Clan, even the masters of the Dragon Clan had appeared. Although Zhou Xing was an out-and-out great principal golden immortal, when he fought with the master of the Dragon Clan, he was suppressed in all aspects and even suffered a lot of injuries. However, his cultivation was high enough to suppress it, and he returned to the sect as if nothing had happened. The first thing Zhou Xing did when he returned to the sect was to ask Sect Master Wu to thoroughly investigate the matter of the master of the Zhao family Dragon Clan. That expert from the Dragon Clan was clearly only a golden immortal, but he was able to beat Zhou Xing, a perfected golden immortal, by relying on a strange magic treasure. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had no way to make Zhou Xing stay, maybe Zhou Xing wouldn't even have the chance to come back. Among the human cultivators, the one who had the closest relationship with the Dragon Clan was none other than Yang Chun. The matter of Yang Chun directly talking to the mysterious master of the Dragon Clan in the Five Elements sect was not a secret among the senior members of the major sect. Naturally, they had to ask Yang Chun about things related to the Dragon Clan. Even if Yang Chun didn't know, the number of the Dragon Clan was not large. As long as Yang Chun's friends of the Dragon Clan asked a little, they would probably know a lot of answers. This was much more cost-effective than relying on the masters of the lower realms to fight. Unfortunately, Sect Master Wu's words exposed the inside story that he didn't know anything at all. In fact, at this time, the representatives of the senior members of the major sect were holding back their laughter in their hearts, waiting to see Sect Master Wu make a fool of himself. There has always been? So you already knew? Sect Master Wu really fell into the trap. He came up with a righteous reprimand. Why didn't you say it earlier? Just because you didn't report it, it caused the masters of the sect to be injured and suffered heavy losses. What crime should you bear? The injuries were real, including Zhou Xing, who was seriously injured by the Zhao family Dragon Clan master who suddenly appeared. When Sect Master Wu heard that Yang Chen already knew, he was even more angry. He almost accused Yang Chen of being the culprit who caused the injuries of the masters of all parties. This is not a secret. Yang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at Sect Master Wu. This guy was really cheated by the major sect, otherwise he wouldn't be so angry. However, Yang Chen still couldn't help but say, "Everyone should know this, right? This is indeed not a secret." The core elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island next to him coughed softly and said before Sect Master Wu lost his temper, when the Three River Alliance was annihilated, the Dragon Clan master of the Zhao family revealed some clues. Maybe Sect Master Wu forgot. Yes. An elder of the Five Elements sect also said, "In the past, the Zhao family dealt with the dragon puppets of our sect in a dragon palace with a dragon trap array. The sect masters of our various sects also discussed in that dragon palace. It may be that Sect Master Li didn't explain it to Sect Master Wu before he went into seclusion. This matter can't be blamed on Master Yang." The representatives of the other sect also echoed at this time, indicating that everyone knew about this matter, and the mysterious Heaven sect should also know about this matter. The accusation of Sect Master Wu was a bit unreasonable. Sect Master Wu listened to the representatives of the sect saying that they all knew about it in advance, and he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But he couldn't blame too much, because everything was done by himself, and he couldn't blame others at all. If he hadn't usurped the position of Sect Masterly, these things would naturally be explained clearly when the sect master handed over the position. The mysterious Heaven sect's senior members who knew about this matter had been purged by him, and most of the masters in Sect Master Li's faction had been slaughtered. How could anyone tell him about this? Zhou Xing was also one of the main culprits. If he had known that the Zhao family had a master of the Dragon Clan, he would have definitely dealt with it carefully. But he didn't know anything about it. The other party suddenly appeared and suddenly attacked. Zhou Xing was caught off guard, and he had no choice but to eat this loss and flee back to the spiritual world with serious injuries. However, the masters of the other sect who went with Zhou Xing had long known that there was a master of the Dragon Clan, so they were very vigilant when they attacked. As soon as they found that the opponent's master of the Dragon Clan appeared, they immediately left the battle circle. On the contrary, they didn't lose a single one under the hands of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 2288. At this moment, how could Sect Master Wu not know the thoughts of the other sect? However, he couldn't say anything. Everyone knew that it was the Profound Heaven sect that didn't handle it well. Who could he blame? Moreover, even if Sect Master Li didn't have time to speak or forgot, there were more than one or two experts in the Profound Heaven sect who knew about it. Sect Master Wu himself didn't inquire about it in detail. Could this matter be blamed on Yang Chen, who had nothing to do with it? If it's just this matter, everyone knows about it and knows the ins and outs. There's no need for me, a junior, to participate in it, right? Yang Chen knew how to sprinkle salt on Sect Master Wu's wounds when he couldn't vent his anger. He immediately got up to leave. Wait! Sect Master Wu hastily shouted, then realized that there was something wrong with his attitude, so he quickly changed his tone. Since you know that the Zhao family has a Dragon Clan expert, why didn't you ask your Dragon Clan friend what's going on? Yang Chen wasn't a prisoner, and Sect Master Wu couldn't use the fact that Yang Chen didn't report it. He had to pinch his nose and accept all the bitter consequences. He had to ask clearly. This matter was related to the plan to deal with the Zhao family. If other experts took the lead in this matter, then the Profound Heaven sect, the leader of the sect, would lose face. Oh, about this I did ask. Yang Chen replied very casually. As soon as he said this, Sect Master Wu immediately raised his spirit. Even the representatives of the other sect pricked up their ears, wanting to know the inside story. Actually, just like us, there are good and bad people in the dragon race. Yang Chen said irresponsibly. The one in the Zhao family is a different species from their dragon race. He doesn't get along with them. That's it? Sect Master Wu was originally prepared to listen to a long talk about the secrets of the dragon race, but in the end, Yang Chen summarized it in one sentence. This made him feel suffocated in his heart, and he almost couldn't breathe. That's it. Yang Chen nodded and replied innocently. As a Taoist cultivator, can't you encourage your dragon friends to kill this evil dragon who is helping the wicked? Sect Master Wu asked in a loud voice. The Zhao family is the public enemy of the world. Don't tell me you, Yang Chen, don't plan to do your part? It was best to leave the experts of the Dragon Clan to the Dragon Clan. Sect Master Wu had a good plan. First, he gave Yang Chen a righteous hat. He did not need to worry that Yang Chen would not do his best. As long as he could instigate the experts of the dragon tribe that he was acquainted with to fight to the death with the dragon tribe of the Zhao family, the major sect would definitely be able to benefit from it. This, I have also tried it. Yang Chen would not give Sect Master Wu any excuse and said directly. Then what did your Dragon Clan friend say? Sect Master Wu's spirit was roused as he hurriedly asked. The representatives of the other sect were also listening carefully for fear of missing a word. He said that we just have different ideas. We are not life and death enemies. Why do we have to take his life? Yang Chen directly put on a helpless posture and said slowly, then, under my repeated requests, in the end. It was still Sect Master Wu who spoke. This was the Profound Heaven sect. Sect Master Wu had the natural advantage of being the master. No matter how nervous the others were, they could only listen. In the end, they took away the Murong sisters' dragon puppet. Yang Chen replied unhurriedly. They said that they were worried that we would use the dragon puppet to fight with the experts of the Dragon Clan over there, so, the dragon puppet was taken away? The representative of the 5 Elements sect was the most nervous. One must know that the golden immortal intermediate stage dragon puppet had always been the strongest weapon of the 5 Elements sect. Now that it was suddenly lost, the 5 Elements sect naturally suffered the greatest loss. Wasn't the dragon puppet refined by the Zhao family? Could it be that the experts of the dragon clan do not intend to pursue the matter of the Zhao family? Sect Master Wu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He asked in a deep voice, "Isn't the dragon clan too easy to talk to? They said that it has nothing to do with the Zhao family. The refining method is the dragon clan's method." Yang Chen didn't even blink when he lied now, and the other party was obviously lenient. They have to be grateful. You killed the experts of the dragon clan and refined them into puppets, and you still say that they were lenient? Sect Master Wu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed loudly and his gaze swept across Yang Chen's face like a blade. "Master Yang, this joke is not funny." Although he didn't directly point it out, Sect Master Wu almost said that Yang Chen was trying to fool people. This is not a joke. The dragon puppet didn't die, but the dragon spirit was sealed in its body. Yang Chen still had that unhurried tone. After so many years of refinement and nourishment by the Murong sisters, the seal loosened. Then, with the help of the 6 experts of the dragon clan, it was resurrected. With half-truths and half-lies, Yang Chen easily explained the reason why the Murong sisters lost the dragon puppet. He also conveniently buried a clue for Long Quang's appearance. Other people had never come into contact with the dragon clan before, so they could only listen to what Yang Chen said. The dragon puppet resurrected? When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other. Such a ridiculous thing actually happened. It was simply a miracle in the world. However, Yang Chen didn't look like he was lying. Everyone had no choice but to believe him. That upper echelon of the 5 Elements sect felt it the most. Back then, he also heard the transaction between Yang Chen and Aolan. It seemed like there was something about the Murong sisters being nourished and resurrected. If that was the case, Yang Chen was indeed not lying. All parties were playing the idea of letting Yang Chen persuade the master of the dragon clan to deal with the master of the Zhao family. Now, everyone basically understood that this was impossible. Indeed, it was better to rely on oneself than on the heavens or the earth. In the end, they still had to face it themselves. The most awkward person was Sect Master Wu. He had called Yang Chen over in an overbearing manner to question him. Originally, he wanted to suppress Yang Chen's arrogance and order him to persuade the experts of the dragon clan to make a move. In the end, the biggest joke was him. It was impossible for the dragon clan to make a move. Instead, he had to ask Yang Chen for help with ancestor Zhou Xing's injuries. If he had known this would happen, why did he have to target Yang Chen? Why was he so impolite at the start? Fortunately, ancestor Zhou Xing's injuries were not as severe as ancestor Lin's back then. He could still move freely and easily kill profound immortal experts. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was indeed a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Even if he was injured, he was not someone an ordinary expert could compare to. Back then, there were still many 6th Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Dew pills prepared for Lin Zongxuan. After ancestor Zhou Xing consumed them, he said that the effects were pretty good and could suppress his injuries. The only drawback was that the medicinal efficacy was a little weak compared to a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. However, it was still very easy for Zhou Xing to move freely. Now that Yang Chen had the 7th Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Dew pill, the medicinal efficacy should be several times better. It would definitely be very useful for ancestor Zhou Xing's injuries. However, what gave Sect Master Wu a headache was that he had offended Yang Chen at the start. Furthermore, when he sent people to Chunyang Palace at the start, he actually did not finalize the transaction. If he wanted the pill now, he would probably have to go through a lot of trouble. Chapter 2289. It was Sect Master Wu's idea to instigate Yang Chen to persuade his dragon friends to deal with the dragon experts of the Zhao clan. When he put forward this idea, the high-level representatives of the major sect did not say anything. In Sect Master Wu's view, this was a tacit agreement. The Zhao clan was basically evenly matched with the major sect, but with the sudden addition of a dragon expert, the major sect immediately turned into a disadvantage. Even Grandmaster Zhou Xing was no match for them, let alone the others. Grandmaster Zhou Xing had already returned to the Profound Heaven sect. Even if he was seriously injured, he still had a strong deterrent force to the golden immortal experts of the major sect in the lower realm. The high-level members of the sect did not speak and tacitly agreed. This was a compromise under the strong pressure of Grandmaster Zhou Xing. At least Sect Master Wu thought so. Therefore, Sect Master Wu wanted to give Yang Chen a show of strength, and then let him redeem himself. Even if the dragon experts did not use their full strength, with the assistance of Grandmaster Zhou Xing, they would always be able to gain the upper hand. The idea was good, but Yang Chen made Sect Master Wu blush. He wanted to denounce Yang Chen, but in the end it was something that everyone knew, except for him. This made him unable to continue the next play. He had just brought it up, but in the end Yang Chen refused again, and even the dragon puppet was taken back. This time, the major sect could only send experts to deal with the experts of the Zhao clan again. But Grandmaster Zhou Xing was seriously injured, so they had to consider this. Relatively speaking, Grandmaster Zhou Xing was much better than Lin Zongxuan this time. At least, ordinary 7th-grade healing pills could also be used, but the medicinal effect was a little worse, and the recovery was a little slower. But since Yang Chen had already become a 7th-grade alchemist, and had the 7th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, why would he still need to use the inferior one? As a result, when Yang Chen mentioned the matter of buying the 7th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, Yang Chen immediately spread out his hands. There was no more. A portion of the stock had been auctioned off, and then the representatives of the major sect had ordered a portion of it. In the end, the stock had been sold out. Even the sect that went to Chunyang Palace a little later had to wait in line. The guy from Xiantian's sect didn't mention the elixir at that time. Now he mentioned it. Even if it was first come, first served, Xiantian's sect could only wait in line. This was obviously Yang Chen's doing. Even if he didn't have any more, could it be that Yang Chen wouldn't leave a few for himself? It was because he was in a bad mood that he took a step back. If he wanted it, he wouldn't be able to get it from Yang Chen. He could only look for another sect and think of a way to get some from them. However, in this way, the mysterious Heaven sect would owe another favor. This was something that Sect Master Wu, who was now the self-proclaimed leader of the war against Zhao, could not tolerate. In his opinion, others should take the initiative to offer good things without asking for anything in return. These people who wanted to control the mysterious Heaven sect all deserved to die. Of course, at this time, Sect Master Wu would selectively pick out his own mistakes. The ones who made mistakes were others. How could the leader make mistakes? Unfortunately, Sect Master Wu's self-esteem was simply a joke in the eyes of the major sect. Everyone had a tacit understanding to conceal the fact that the Zhao family had a dragon clan expert. Naturally, they wouldn't jump out at this time to find trouble for themselves. Obviously, Master Yang was very dissatisfied with Sect Master Wu's attitude. Who would deliberately make Master Yang unhappy? In addition, whether it was Sect Master Wu or Zhou Xing, they actually concealed the seriousness of Zhou Xing's injury. They couldn't let the major sect know that Zhou Xing was seriously injured. Otherwise, they might not be able to suppress the experts of the various sect who were ready to make a move. This was not in line with the interests of the mysterious Heaven sect. Grandmaster, Yang Chen's influence on his Dragon Clan friends is limited. Although Sect Master Wu had infinite glory in front of others, in front of Zhou Xing, he still had to be an obedient junior. There was no other reason. Sect Master Wu's position as Sect Master was supported by Zhou Xing and Lin Zongxuan. Now that Lin Zongxuan was dead, only Zhou Xing was left as the strongest backer. Sect Master Wu had to firmly grasp him no matter what. The reason why Sect Master Wu said this was because he didn't want Grandmaster Zhou Xing to know that he had failed to suppress Yang Chen. In this way, it meant that Yang Chen's ability was limited and it wasn't a problem with Sect Master Wu's arrangement. It would also sound good in front of Grandmaster Zhou Xing. In addition, Yang Chen said that his 7th Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill has all been sold. Grandmaster needs to wait for a few more days to refine it again. Without getting the 7th Revolution Pill to treat Grandmaster's injury, Sect Master Wu could only give such an explanation to Zhou Xing. Did he dare to tell Zhou Xing that because of their arrogance, they angered Yang Chen and couldn't get the healing pill? It doesn't matter. Zhou Xing didn't seem to care about this. His face was very calm and he didn't look unhappy. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "The original disciple of Sect Master Li, the one who married Yang Chen as a concubine, is said to have a lot of cultivation base. Has the sect checked what is going on? This disciple will arrange it." Sect Master Wu had been dealing with Yang Chen and the representatives of the major sect before. How could he pay attention to a little disciple? Hearing Zhou Xing say this, he didn't dare to neglect and immediately sent someone. "No need, I will check it myself." Zhou Xing's performance had been very abnormal since he came back from the demon realm. Sect Master Wu only thought that he suffered a loss in the demon realm and was sad and unhappy, but he didn't suspect anything else. A dignified Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal should be a powerhouse who could walk with his eyes closed in the spiritual realm, but he was actually seriously injured by an expert of the Dragon Clan whose cultivation base was lower than his. If it was Sect Master Wu, he would also be unhappy, let alone Zhou Xing. Sect Master Wu understood this very well. At the same time, he was also tactful and wouldn't easily touch Zhou Xing's sensitive nerves, lest he flare up. Since Grandmaster Zhou Xing said that he would check it himself, then Sect Master Wu would immediately stop. At the same time, he remembered to immediately tell all the disciples to not do anything to Tao Junkie. Otherwise, if any of them bumped into the unhappy Grandmaster Zhou Xing, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Although Grandmaster Zhou Xing was seriously injured, even if he only stretched out a finger, it was enough to kill an ordinary Heaven Immortal expert. The gap of 3 great realms was even bigger than the gap between a powerful cultivator and an ant. Coming out of the place where Grandmaster Zhou Xing was meditating, even though Sect Master Wu had cultivated the bearing of a Sect Master all these years, he still couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Even if a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was just sitting there quietly, the pressure brought to the cultivators of the spiritual realm was unimaginable. However, Sect Master Wu could also see that after Grandmaster Zhou Xing heard that Yang Chen couldn't persuade the experts of the Dragon Clan to make a move, nor could he give the 7 Revolutions healing pill, his mood seemed to have worsened. This also scared Sect Master Wu. This guy, Yang Chen, needed someone to teach him a lesson. Being targeted by a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, presumably, Yang Chen's future days would not be good. At least if it was Sect Master Wu, he would absolutely not be willing to see such a situation happen. Chapter 2290. Sect Master Wu returned to the quiet room where he cultivated. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was actually tricked by the major sect. These guys knew that the Zhao family had a Dragon Clan expert, but they didn't tell him. After thinking about it, Sect Master Wu suddenly summoned the Great Elder of Big Dipper, Elder Li. The Great Elder of Big Dipper had always been protecting the Sect Master. They definitely knew what Sect Master Li knew. Sect Master Wu wanted to confirm if there really was a Dragon Palace back then. After raising his question, Sect Master Wu stared at Elder Li and waited for his answer. There was such a thing. Elder Li didn't even stutter. He directly nodded and admitted with certainty, Even when the sect masters of the major sect discussed how to deal with the remnants of the Three River Alliance, Holocaust sect, and Thousand Demon sect, it was all carried out in this dragon palace. This old man was also fortunate enough to experience the feeling of the dragon palace. Although he knew that the major sect wouldn't lie, when he heard Elderly say this, Sect Master Wu still felt a deep sense of displeasure. Even his own people knew, but only he and Grandmaster Zhou Xing didn't know. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sect Master Wu thought in his mind and blurted out. His voice was so loud that it was deafening. Do you know that because of this, I was treated like a fool by the representatives of the sect? Sect Master Wu's voice was almost roaring. His depression from being despised by everyone seemed to be vented in this roar. After he finished roaring, he realized that the person in front of him wasn't one of the lackeys he could casually pinch, but the great elder of Big Dipper who had protected at least 4 sect masters. Just as he was about to make up for something, Sect Master Wu suddenly saw Elderly's eyes. That kind of look was as if he was looking at a fool. There were only him and Elderly here, so it was obvious who Elderly was looking at as a fool. According to the profound Heaven Sect's ancestral teachings, Elder Big Dipper is only responsible for protecting the sect master and is not allowed to participate in the affairs of the sect. Elderly stared at Sect Master Wu and said word by word, in addition, Elder Big Dipper has no right to disclose any private matters of the previous sect masters. Sect Master, this old man and the others have already protected several sect masters. Elderly said to Sect Master Wu in a serious tone. To put it bluntly, every sect master does all sorts of indecent things, whether it's taking a bath, or even dual cultivating with their Tao partners. This old man and the others have all seen it clearly. Sect Master, do you wish for the next sect master to know how you got together with your Tao companion? In terms of seniority, Sect Master Wu could not compare to Elderly and the others. Even the previous Sect Master Li had to be respectful when he saw Elderly. Not to mention Sect Master Li, even the previous Sect Master Wang was also well-mannered. Whenever he wanted to ask Elderly and the others to do something or ask for advice, he would be respectful and did not dare to offend them in the slightest. Sect Master Wu actually dared to yell at him like that. Furthermore, he had suffered a loss outside and was unable to find a way to get his face back. Elderly, who had long seen Sect Master Wu as an eyesore, naturally did not have any good words to say. But after all, this disciple is not doing this for personal matters, but for official business. Sect Master Wu also knew that he had gone too far, and quickly lowered his posture. However, as the sect master, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to apologize. This action was already considered an apology. Official business is indeed official business. Elderly nodded and seemed to accept his explanation. His tone also eased, however, according to the sect's rules, unless the sect master takes the initiative to ask, the Heavenly Dipper elders are not allowed to intervene in any sect affairs. Sect Master, you didn't ask before, so how could we tell you? We thought you already knew. There was indeed such a rule in the mysterious Heaven sect for the Heavenly Dipper elders. That was because these Heavenly Dipper elders were too senior. As long as they spoke, whether it was the sect master or the core higher-ups, they had to consider it. In order to prevent this kind of situation from happening, there was a restriction that the Heavenly Dipper elders were not allowed to intervene in the sect's affairs, and they were not allowed to speak in the sect's affairs. Now Elderly spoke with justice. We know, but you didn't even ask, so how could we tell you? Wouldn't it be against the sect's rules to tell you on my own initiative? They still had to be punished. Did they really think that the senior people were fools? Now that this disciple has taken the initiative to ask for advice, can you tell this disciple about the situation at that time? Sect Master Wu had also learned his lesson. He knew that in front of this senior, he definitely wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and there was no chance of changing the sect's rules. He was the one who made the mistake first, so his tone became more respectful and sincerely asked for advice. This attitude finally satisfied Elderly. Only then did he cough lightly and pinch a little. Sect Master Wu, who had good eyesight, immediately brought over a cup of fragrant tea that he had personally brewed with both hands. Elderly didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and took a sip, then he spoke. From that year, when Yang Chen found out that his disciple and friend were kidnapped, he asked for help from the mysterious Heaven Sect. Then, Sect Master Li's eyes discovered the abnormality of the Three River Alliance. Then, during the Three River Alliance's war, the Blood Fiend Sect and Thousand Demon Sect jumped out one after another. In the end, even using the dragon puppet was suppressed. Sect Master Wu couldn't help but be fascinated by it. Then, Yang Chen broke the dragon trapping formation in time, rescued the dragon puppet, and completely defeated the Three River Alliance, Blood Fiend Sect, and Thousand Demon Sect. At this point, Sect Master Wu had doubts. Elderly, how did that kid Yang Chen have the ability to break the dragon trapping formation? Elderly seemed to have thought about this question a long time ago. At this time, when Sect Master asked, he didn't hide it, but he didn't dare to answer with certainty. If according to what you said, he has already used up the favor of his dragon friends, I'm afraid he should have asked his dragon friends to take action at that time. This explanation was also Sect Master Li's guess back then. Because the dragon trapping formation was too mysterious, human and demon cultivators couldn't master it at all, and only the dragon themselves would study it. This could also explain why Yang Chen couldn't command the dragon friends around him now. I'm afraid so. Sect Master Wu also nodded. Although he was cheated by others before, it didn't mean that he was a fool. In any case, Sect Master Wu was also the Sect Master of Taishaman in the past. He had his own way of analyzing and dealing with these things. Once this topic was settled, Elderly continued to talk about the story of how the sect leaders of the various sects joined hands to violently beat up the sect leader of the 10,000 Demon Sect. When he talked about how the sect leaders were so nervous at that time, even sect leader Wu understood why no one would take the initiative to talk about it. If the performance of so many sect masters was exposed, it would definitely cause a lot of people to be unhappy. In that case, those guys didn't deliberately want to embarrass him, but they were really embarrassed to say it. Elderly, what about the Dragon Palace? Sect Master Wu thought of a key question and asked. Chapter 2291. The Dragon Palace was later given to Yang Chen. On this point, Oldly had nothing to hide. Many people knew about it, but only the higher-ups of the major sect. With Sect Master Wu's identity, of course, he was qualified to know about it. How can I give it to him? After Sect Master Wu heard this, he became anxious on the spot. This is a wood attribute dragon palace. Yang Chen is a fire cultivator. What does he want a wood dragon palace for? What's wrong with fire elementalists? Elderly asked doubtfully. Wood feeds fire, and the 5 elements feed off each other. Besides, it's true that he's a fire cultivator, but he has so many wives and concubines, and many of them are of the wood element. Are you afraid that he won't have a place to use? That's not what I meant. When Sect Master Wu heard this, he understood that Elderly had misunderstood. He thought that he was saying that Yang Chen had no use for it, and that it would be a waste. He hurriedly explained, I mean, why should we give it to him? Why can't he keep it? Our profound heaven sect is staying? At that time, with Sect Master Li's status and the role he played in annihilating the Three River Alliance, Holocaust Sect, and Thousand Demon Sect, it was not an exaggeration to say that Sect Master Li was the leader with the greatest credit at that time. Was this not enough to make Xian Tian Sect leave the Dragon Palace? Could it be that the Black Heaven Sect was just going to let these guys bully them? Deep down, the idea of Sect Master Wu being the number 1 in the world in the Profound Heaven Sect was deeply rooted. Not to mention the Heavenly Emperor being number 1, the Profound Heaven Sect was in charge of the entire Heavenly Court. all good things should belong to the profound heaven sect. If it were you, how likely do you think the major sect would agree to give the Dragon Palace to the mysterious heaven sect? Elderly didn't think that Sect Master Wu's idea was wrong. If he didn't know about the relationship between Yang Chen and the profound heaven sect, he wouldn't be able to figure it out either. Therefore, he patiently explained to Sect Master Wu. Sect Leader Wu lowered his head and began to ponder. It wasn't his first time taking over the sect. He was a fledgling who didn't know anything, so he naturally understood the nature of the relationships between sect members. Everyone could form an alliance and unite against a common enemy, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to tolerate one party being the sole ruler. According to this logic, the mysterious heaven sect wouldn't have been able to fight for the ownership of the Dragon Palace at that time. Not only the Black Heaven sect, but the other sects also did not have this opportunity, because no sect would be willing to let another sect get the Dragon Palace. This was the reality. It seemed that everyone had no choice but to compromise at that time. That was why they gave the Dragon Palace to Yang Chen, who would never be a threat to anyone. Of course, there was another layer of meaning, that was the relationship between Yang Chen and the Dragon Clan. It was said that the Dragon Palace was given to Yang Chen, but it might be indirectly given to the experts of the Dragon Clan. This way, all parties would be satisfied, and there would be no future troubles. After understanding this, Sect Master Wu no longer had any thoughts about the ownership of the Dragon Palace. However, he still had a little hope in his heart. If he could find a chance to kill Yang Chen in the future, would he have a chance to get the Dragon Palace? While Sect Master Wu was pondering, he didn't notice the flash of disappointment in Elder Li's eyes. As the dignified sect master of the Xiantian sect, he didn't ask about the number of casualties or how the aftermath would be handled. Instead, he was concerned about who had the small Dragon Palace. Wasn't he being too petty? No wonder when Sect Master Li came to the stage, almost everyone in the Xiantian sect was united and moved forward. Even those who didn't accept him in the past were later convinced by what Sect Master Li did. This was the bearing that the dignified sect master of the Xiantian sect should have. On the other hand, Sect Master Wu came up with a bloody purge. Relying on the support of the two lower realm ancestors, he didn't put everyone in his eyes. Elder Li and the others also saw it in their eyes and felt pain in their hearts. The dignified Xiantian sect had been tossed around to at most half of its strength in its heyday, and its prestige was even less. While Elder Li was disappointed, Zhou Xing was also reflecting. He had been back from the monster realm for a long time. Although he didn't know much about the situation in the Xiantian sect, the number of Xian Immortal experts had been reduced by almost half, and the number of Heaven Immortal experts had also decreased significantly. For a great principal Golden Immortal, it wasn't difficult to discover this kind of change. He only needed to walk around the Xiantian sect's range. No cultivator could hide their aura in front of a great principal Golden Immortal, unless they hid in a unique spatial magic treasure. But even if some experts cultivated in some caves, it wouldn't make the Xiantian sect become like this. Why did it become like this? Zhou Xing actually knew in his heart. He and Lin Zongxuan supported Sect Master Wu's ascension and killed a lot of people at the beginning. They originally thought that with their ancestor identity and cultivation, plus the fact that Sect Master Wu was the orthodox sect master, the matter of the Xiantian sect changing sect master would no longer have any twists and turns. They didn't expect that there would be a purge after Sect Master Wu came to power. The previous purge was necessary, and it happened under the eyes of Zhou Xing and Lin Zongxuan. Both of them supported it, but after Zhou Xing left, the purge continued, which was a bit too much. Zhou Xing hadn't been a sect master, but he had also seen the power and means of a sect master. After an orthodox sect master came to power, he could only rely on a long-term purge of those who were not convinced and disobedient to maintain his position. This could only mean one thing, and that was that this sect master didn't seem to be so competent. If he really had the ability to be a sect master, he should rely on his own achievements in taking charge of the sect to shut the mouths of those who opposed him, and then let them be convinced and obey his commands, instead of letting those who followed him prosper and those who opposed him perish. If he couldn't tolerate a little bit of disagreement, then this sect master was really too petty. Zhou Xing didn't think that all this was caused by him and Lin Zhongxuan forcibly supporting sect Master Wu to power. Sect Master Wu's reputation and qualifications were not enough, and he was forcibly supported to power. It would be strange if those people were convinced. In particular, there was sect Master Li, who had done a good job in all aspects. As a comparison, sect Master Wu's shortcomings would be infinitely magnified. Money and goods had to be thrown away, and people would die if they compared themselves. People were afraid of comparison, and a comparison could show the true superiority and inferiority. Now even Zhou Xing looked at the situation of the Xiantian sect, and he also had some doubt. Was his and Lin Zhongxuan's decision a bit hasty? Lin Zhongxuan was already dead, and he died because of his arrogant character. After Zhou Xing heard the news of Lin Zhongxuan's death, he instantly understood everything. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy behind it, Lin Zhongxuan himself was already injured to the point that he couldn't move, yet he still wanted to order everything around and put on the airs of his grandmaster. He didn't treat the disciples of the sect as people. If it was him, he would also kill Lin Zhongxuan. Zhou Xing didn't want to comment on a dead person. He was just thinking about whether he had made a mistake in supporting sect Master Wu before. If he didn't support sect Master Wu to power and sect Master Li took charge of the Xiantian sect, would the Xiantian sect be much better than it was now? Chapter 2292. There was no if in this kind of topic. Not everyone had a chance to start over like Yang Chen. Zhou Xing's regret only flashed for a moment and did not appear again. What was Zhou Xing's identity? He was a great principal golden immortal, a senior expert who was several or even dozens of generations higher than all the cultivators in the spiritual realm. How could he make a mistake? This was by no means his and Lin Zhongxuan's fault, it was the fault of others. How could a great principal golden immortal make a mistake in a place like the spiritual realm? As long as the Zhao family was eliminated after a period of time, everything could be on the right track. Now these were just setbacks caused by the conspiracy of the Zhao family. It would always be over. While thinking about it, Zhou Xing strengthened his faith and let his heart be more stable and not waver. Zhou Xing, who was immersed in his firm belief, did not realize that he had a heart demon. This was a kind of heart demon that appeared in many people in a specific environment. If Zhou Xing was in the immortal world now, surrounded by either great principal golden immortals or 10,000 tribulation true immortals, Zhou Xing would quickly realize his mistake. Because there was no one around him who was worse than him, it was not shameful to admit his mistake in front of them. But now Zhou Xing was in the spiritual realm. When Zhou Xing was powerful, the oldest cultivator in the spiritual realm was not even a baby. How could it be possible for a high and mighty senior expert to admit his mistake to an ant-like junior? He could not do it even if he killed him. The relative difference in status led to Zhou Xing's refusal to admit his mistake. Putting down this matter, Zhou Xing's mind was focused on Yang Chen's concubine, Tao Junqi. Tao Junqi's identity was very sensitive. On the one hand, she was Yang Chen's concubine, and on the other hand, she was sect Master Li's personal disciple. According to Zhou Xing's guess, this was why sect Master Li made such a decision in order to win over Yang Chen. In fact, there was nothing wrong with this guess. Sect Master Li did have this intention, but it was more to reward Yang Chen. Some things that were inconvenient to give directly to Yang Chen, it was very justifiable for him to give them to his disciple, Tao Junqi, as a master. Zhou Xing paid close attention to Yang Chen because he had the 7th Revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill that could heal his injuries. Strangely enough, this Grandmaster Yang was indeed Grandmaster Yang. The 7th Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill, refined by other 7th-tier pill refiners, was not even as good as Yang Chen's 6th Revolution Pill. It could be said that Yang Chen's 7th Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill was almost comparable to a quasi-8th Revolution Pill. After Tao Junkie's return, her cultivation had increased greatly. Zhou Xing had been paying close attention to Yang Chen, so naturally, there would be people who would report the news about Yang Chen. Thus, Tao Junkie's matter was also known. After Zhou Xing consolidated his thoughts, he immediately sent someone to summon Tao Junkie. As the martial ancestor with the highest seniority, Zhou Xing had never taken the initiative to visit anyone in the sect. Even Sect Master Wu came to visit him. If he wanted to see Tao Junkie, it would naturally be Tao Junkie who came to visit him. Tao Junkie was told that the martial ancestor, who had been living in seclusion in the sect for many years and had the highest seniority, wanted to see her. After preparing everything according to her husband's instructions, she obediently followed the messenger to Zhou Xing. This was a real senior of the Profound Heaven sect. As a disciple of the Profound Heaven sect, Tao Junkie still understood this rule. "I'm just curious, what's going on with your cultivation?" Zhou Xing had already dismissed everyone, leaving only himself and Tao Junkie, and asked about Tao Junkie's cultivation. However, with Zhou Xing's many years of experience in the immortal world, he clearly found that Tao Junkie had the smell of the immortal world. Moreover, this was not a certain magic weapon on Tao Junkie, but Tao Junkie's body exuded such a smell. Could it be that Tao Junkie was also a master from the immortal world? This was impossible. Zhou Xing had already learned from the Profound Heaven sect that Tao Junkie had truly ascended from the mortal world more than 2,000 years ago and became Yang Chen's concubine in the mortal world. How could she have had the opportunity to go to the immortal world? Since she did not have the origin of the immortal world, there was only one explanation. Tao Junkie had some kind of fortuitous encounter and obtained some kind of origin from the immortal world. Thinking about how Yang Chen's family had gone into closed-door cultivation and how they had gone to the spirit realm's Valley of No Return, Zhou Xing had a premonition that Yang Chen's family must have obtained something amazing from the Valley of No Return. Disciples' cultivation is because my husband gave disciple a pill to consume. Tao Junkie didn't hesitate and quickly replied, "After consuming the pill, my cultivation speed became much faster." Zhou Xing immediately asked, "In the Valley of No Return?" If someone else asked, disciple would definitely deny it. Tao Junkie replied, "But since it's Grandmaster asking, yes, it's in the Valley of No Return." This answer not only let Zhou Xing know the real answer, but it also greatly satisfied his vanity. This female disciple was really good. She knew to treat others differently from herself. This was the talent that the Profound Heaven sect really needed. Zhou Xing didn't ask what the pill was. He decided to personally go to the Valley of No Return to see what kind of place it was and why it was actually related to the immortal world. Zhou Xing was very satisfied with Tao Junkie in front of him. Everything else was no longer important. Just as he was about to wave his hand to let Tao Junkie leave, Tao Junkie spoke first. "This is disciple's first time meeting Grandmaster, so I don't have anything to show my filial piety." Tao Junkie took out a jade bottle and respectfully handed it to Zhou Xing. "This is a 7th Revolution pill personally refined by my husband. Disciple is here to show filial piety to Grandmaster." Zhou Xing already knew that Yang Chen refused to refine the pill for the Profound Heaven sect immediately. If he wanted to recover from his injuries, he was afraid that it would take a while. Originally, he didn't expect to get the 7th Revolution pill immediately. The clumsy sect Master Wu wanted to bully Yang Chen, but in the end, he was speechless. He didn't expect that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel. When he was mentally prepared, the pill suddenly came to his door. After receiving Tao Junkie's filial piety, Zhou Xing didn't know whether to smile bitterly or be happy. When the elders saw the younger generation, they should give a greeting gift, but in the end, it was the younger generation who gave it to them. However, this also showed that the profound Heaven sect still had a well-educated and reasonable disciple. Who taught this disciple was really a good master. In a blink of an eye, Zhou Xing remembered that Tao Junqi was the pro-disciple of sect Master Li, and he was stunned again. Tao Junqi's actions made Zhou Xing more and more dissatisfied with sect Master Wu. He couldn't even do a small thing like asking for a pill. This Master Yang was still reasonable. Only now did Zhou Xing understand that this was clearly Yang Chen's method. On the surface, he refused sect Master Wu to express his own dissatisfaction, but secretly, he used Tao Junqi's filial piety pill to calm his anger. Good method. This method alone was enough to make people willing to call him Master Yang.